All right, we're live and we're gonna plow this Gordon food service here. Got the 350, and yeah, let's take a look at the squatting. I guess it's not too bad, but I guess it's about on par with what the Chevys are doing. I don't know if they quite have 2 tons in their truck, but I can plow in two-wheel drive for sure, and that's probably what I'm gonna go ahead and try to do. Maybe I'll have to shift it in because I'll be doing some back dragging and stuff down on some of these places are gonna have some of these places have or some of these locations have like a steep incline down. So here we are. I got the camera set up like so, and plow's ready to go. It's gonna look a little shaky, but it is what it is. So hopefully we can get through today with no casualties or anything like that. But yeah, I'm gonna clip this seatbelt behind me because it's beeping. I got the video out how to stop your truck from beeping constantly, and I need to do my own truck. Alrighty, that's better. So hopefully everybody had a good Christmas. I know I did, for sure. I was able to spend time with my family. Didn't have to plow snow that day before and after I've had to plow, but not during. So I'll this window down a little so I can see. Take away these parking stops. Expanding out the plow. Getting these corners picked up. Swooping it. Doing some back dragging here. So on this truck, I do have a back dragging edge on here, so that's nice. Maybe what I'll do is like clear this little area out, and then maybe I'll just salt it just by the door, because it's like people are starting to come in here, workers are coming in, so maybe that's not a bad idea just to get it started. Back it on up. So this will let me just push it. Just doing all this little stuff first, tight areas, will mean that eventually I can just plow a lot. Alright, and oh, down she goes. It's gotta be one Gordon truck sitting there. If it wasn't for this, I can just go for it, but I can't plow around this thing. So whoever's doing the walks, being that they're not here, means that now they'll have to do them over. Well, once I leave, walks are going to be in the way. So over here, I can just maybe I can grab part of his walks. We'll see. So I'll just give 2 pulls here, and from there, that didn't really help to. Don't really help to put the plow on the sidewalk because it leaves a little weird spot. All right, now I can push that from here. There's a pedestrian. Which way should I go? Should I go over by the loading dock? Nah, I'll go here in the front. I'll have to keep everything in the front by the door. So I think people are starting to show up, so figure out the best course of action here. There's only one entranceway. Maybe I'll go ahead and plow everything kind of away from the front, and it'll leave the corners. Let's see what we got here. Some spots there that I can probably back drag. So I'll back drag this spot here. I'm back drag over here, so I couldn't turn into that corner. Couldn't get this corner here. Probably would have been easier just to back drag this instead of trying to cut forward into it, because it lets you get so much closer, more detailed. This tight corner. A lot of slop. ABS. Curb action here. Feel for the curb. Who's all here? We got 3 people here. Let me see if the live chat's doing anything. Live chat. Drop me a message. Merry Christmas to everybody. We got Jonathan saying 4:22 a.m. Over here, it is like almost 7 a.m. Someone else saying hello. How are you? Who's excited for the new year, for 2023? How is my audio? That's what I do want to ask you guys. How does the audio sound? Because I'm on the phone. So I don't know if you can hear me at all. Says audio's good for me, or good to hear. Very good to hear. So yeah, I'm plowing for my buddy Mike. Probably be out here all day. And my strategy for this place, I've never been here before, but my strategy for this place is to kind of get this area by the front done first. Maybe I'll try to throw some salt by the door, but I'm not doing the walks, so kind of not as nice, because at least if I were doing the walks, then wouldn't be so, you know, the walks is going to put the snow back into the street, so if the person was simultaneously doing the walks, that'd be great. I should have brought somebody to help with the walks. I wasn't even thinking. They would have been done super quick and it would have been better overall. So it's real sloppy, and I'm gonna go ahead and just push this over this way, but I can't back up enough, so I'll push it the other way too and hit it again, and because it won't hurt to just hit it again. So I've gotten the areas to the left clear and to the right, and I've got to be able to carry the snow out of here because there's nowhere to put it quite in this little area. So I'm just doing this like this. Oh. So maybe now I'll turn around and maybe one more push this way. I want to get this little sliver that I can see. There. Nice. Freaking smack something hard. All right, now I'll go this way, hit it again this way, push everything over here. It probably would have been better if I went this way from the start, because then I could have tucked the rear of the truck, because I couldn't get all the way back on this side. So if I would have did that, if I would have went the other way to start, then the rear of the truck could have popped into this alley area or this drive area, and I could have gotten all the snow and then just went one way. And from there, I can put snow this way. I can go all the way to the end. So yeah, in hindsight, I should have just went this way from the start, because then that would have been way quicker. I would have been working the front, and then I would have been poking through. Is that reverse? Check for traffic. I'd be poking through this way, and I'd be able to just take everything to the front here. But I guess it's fine. I mean, whatever. But yeah, that would have been better. So yeah. Truck's doing great in two-wheel drive. Real close. I'm gonna take the truck. Sure you're nothing behind me. I won't hit nothing. And I'm gonna push this a little bit through here, like through this little hole, and then put this over here. Filling for the curb. I should probably push that just a hair further than when I'm pushing it. Audio is good. Oh, I already saw that message. Alright, so I guess I'll do a little salt here in the front, since I got the front kind of done, this side here, so. Are we flowing? Yes, sir. I want to get this salt to just bounce off the building, so I'll throw it a little harder to bounce it off. See how people now are starting to show up, and I can't. Too much. So that was the whole thing. Is like, let me just do the very front, and I'll worry about this other stuff later. So let me salt these couple spots. Oh, I still got some slop here. Push that up a little better. that little bit is salted. So for the people just tuning in, we're plowing snow. I got the 350 loaded with a couple thousand, what about 4,000, 4 or 5,000 pounds of salt. And we're doing this Gordon Foods. So basically what I've done, because it's starting to get busy, starting to open up, is I just did this front area to the left here, and now I'm gonna do the rest of it, and hopefully people will be out of my way. Seems like my plow controller's turning off on its own though. So I am going to get this odd shape cleared here. Back this truck up here. Alright, I guess we can go this way. But yeah, so far guys, I've been pretty impressed with the 7.3 for snow. I've already kind of put this thing through more than I ever put the 450 through the last couple of days. Really had an opportunity to run quite a few tons of salt through the spreader. So pretty interesting to see that go down. And this truck has been pretty much on the overload springs constantly during the snowstorm. But yeah, this is going pretty smooth now. It's the weird stuff, like the technical, all the curves and everything. That's what makes it take time. If it was just an open square lot, it'd be so much easier. But then you've got the islands, and then you got to think about the opening and the front door. And that's what takes time to really get all the little nuisance stuff out of the way first. Why even put an island in the middle of a lot? It's kind of dumb when you think about it. This whole thing could have just been open. Who designed this place? There's just an unnecessary island that needs to be mulched, and there's a tree just there, just sitting there. Curve a little kiss. A little mwah. But hey, how was you guys' Christmas? Did everything go pretty good? I'm sure you had a ton of cool presents for the kiddies. This whole Santa thing is kind of goofy. Like, why do we tell our kids that Santa's real? That's such a goofy thing to do, to tell your kids that Santa's real. That if they're good, they'll get presents. What if they're not even good and you still got to give them presents? Like, I mean, how good can they ever be? You know, kids are always kind of bad. So my kid, he's been like, oh, I'm not getting nothing for Christmas. He's been saying it. He's like, I know I'm not getting nothing. I've been terrible. I was like, yeah, well, what do I say now? Like, he's not going to become more better behaved because he's getting his presents that he wasn't supposed to get. Still getting presents. He goes, I know I'm not getting presents. There's no way. He acted super bad. Like he's trying to figure out if Santa's real, so he acted super bad right before Christmas because we've been telling him this BS. Like, if you're good, you'll get presents. So he's just been terrible. And he's been the whole time. He goes, I'm not getting nothing. I know it. He's been saying bad words and everything. What am I supposed to do? I wish we could just not give him presents. They probably call it Child Protective Services on you. If I just gave him a lump of coal, that's what I wanted to do. I've been telling him, like, bro, you're getting charcoal. He's been even saying, like, where's my charcoal? Because I'm supposed to just get charcoal this year, the way I've been acting. I mean, it's weird because it's like not even super bad. Like, he's not doing nothing too bad. Like, he's literally just doing it on purpose just to see. Just because he knows something's not right with this whole Santa story. He sees Santa, he goes, that wasn't the real Santa. That was just a guy. Like, no way. He knows something's not right. He's been saying, that's not Santa. Like, that's a guy wearing a suit. Alright, let's get up in here. So yeah, we do this weird thing. It's like, what are we doing? Why are we teaching our kids how to lie? Like, we come home and the freaking kid's present is sitting on the step. So I try to ignore the present sitting there. And my kid goes, we've got a package. And I'm like, I think it's fine. We'll get it later. He goes, no, that's a package. So he goes and looks at the package. He goes, that's my present. It's got what I wanted on the picture. Like, the Amazon, they didn't even bother to wrap the present or even put it in a box where you, like, nowadays Amazon leaves the package on the doorstep and it literally is like the package. It's not even put in another box or nothing. It's just literally the whole package. So the kid sees it and he's like, that's my gift. That's what I asked Santa for. And it's like 3-4 days before Christmas. And I'm like, no, maybe. I mean, Santa's real and Amazon just doesn't bring gifts like Santa does that. You know what I think? I think that's the neighbor's, I think that's the neighbor's present. So I had to call my buddy that lives across the street and was like, hey, can you pretend like this is your present? Like you were your kids, they just wanted the same thing that my kids got. Just have to. He goes, yeah. I ordered that kid, like they got little sofas. They got kid sofas. One's wrapped in army for the boy, and then the other one's pink, and they have little miniature sofas that they can hang out in instead of jumping up on our couch. Because they, like, when I say they're bad, not really, but one of the things is, like, we got a nice leather furniture, and they will jump all up and down on this furniture like a trampoline. And my wife's like, can you please stop doing that? And they're just like, no. So I mean, they're not horribly bad kids, but they could be better. I mean, little stuff like that. Like, I mean, of course you're gonna jump on the couch if you can, if you're little. Not a huge deal, I guess. But that's how they're bad. They're not really like bad kids. They're just doing little kid stuff. Clean up this area here. So my friend pretends that the present's for him. He goes, oh yeah, I ordered that for my kids. Oh, Amazon must have dropped it off. And I told him, I think Santa's testing you. I told my kids, I think Santa Claus is testing you to see what kind of kid you really are. So we're gonna take these presents over across the street and deliver them to the right home. And neither one of the kids can read yet, because they're only like 4 and 2, so they're just like trying to read it. They're looking so hard trying to read. I'm like, sorry that you kids can't read yet, but yeah. That's not your present, but really it was a present. I just paid them like 20 bucks. I was like, hey, here's 20, just wrap it for me real fast. Have your mom or wife, whatever, have her wrap it for you real fast, and that way I don't even have to think about wrapping it. It's already good. So that's how that went. But why are we lying? You know, what a goofy lie to tell to your kid that the Santa Claus is real. Like, how about it'd be better if I just said, hey, Santa Claus, that's not real, but here's the deal. I'm buying these gifts. I'll get you whatever you want, but you got to be good. And then if the kids aren't good, I should be able to hold them to it. I guess I can. I guess at the end of the day, I could just tell him that there's a little piece here. Tell him that Santa's not real. That's probably what I'll do next year. I'll probably tell him that Santa's not real, and that it's all on me to buy you these gifts. And if you're not good, if you're not really good, like for real good, then straight up, I'm not buying you nothing this year. And you'll have to wait until next year and actually be good. Like, you can't not be good and expect a gift. That would be much better, in my opinion. But then again, who knows? Who knows? But yeah. Wonder what is diesel's just sitting there. Sounds good though. 6.7 power stroke. Whoop, 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 whoop. Kind of missing that 6.7 power stroke. The one downside was the reverse was slow with the 450. Kind of nothing you can do about that, but hopefully I got enough of that I can get behind it. So I figure I might as well just finish this push off to the front here. But yeah, we live in this world of lies. It's like the thing is like we're already training our kids to just be excellent liars, because they're gonna know. Eventually he'll be sitting there one night, because he's already opened his gifts now. And he's got his little chair and stuff, and he's been saying, oh, Tyson's got the same kind of chairs that we have. But one day he's gonna sit there at night and he's gonna be like, I don't believe that any of this, like, that was all BS and Santa's not real. They're just like, I remember those days trying to catch Santa. I used to stay up all night hiding behind the couch and trying to see if Santa Claus is real, and never really catching Santa. I just had to come to terms one day that Santa's not real, but I never caught him. I never caught my parents. I never caught nobody. I used to hide behind the couch, but couldn't stay awake long enough to even figure it out. I'd fall asleep before Santa would actually become caught. That was the issue. Couldn't freaking stay up long enough. Same thing with a 4-year-old. A 4-year-old can't stay up long enough. Back it on up. Maybe I'll sit here today and just try to go live for as long as humanly possible. I mean, when does the phone overheat? Because what gives? Like, when does the live not even work? How long? How much data? How much data can we burn? Maybe I'll set it up so you can call in. So I do have a second phone here that I can call them. So if somebody wants to call in, let me know, and we can figure that out. tell you, wind rowing looks better than scoop every day of the week. Something about the momentum that makes the wind row look way better. A lot of the spins. Angled. Put the blade on the angle and just go. Just looks cleaner. F350 Godzilla. And the pocket. A little slippery. Pretty much just gonna wind roll this whole thing. So the drives I'm gonna wind roll again, but I already kind of pushed it over, which is fine because it really didn't cost that much more time just to push this over some more. And I gotta turn around. Feel for this curve. I can feel it to my right. Not that big a deal. There's a little bit here to get, just a little. All right, now I'll probably go ahead and salt this. After I just do a little quick touch up here. Just a little quickie. Just right there. Right, that corner tightened up a little, that little spot that I saw. And what I'll probably do, just take the nose of this thing over here and just clean up this little bit. That. Alright, salt it up. What up? What up? 4 people in here doing some plowing. It's very light. Anyway, I could probably salt that and literally get away with it. But I just want to heavy it up. It's so light. But then again, salt wouldn't be that effective like that. So I'm gonna blast this out now. Some momentum. Oh yeah. So for this, I gotta shift on into 4-wheel drive. I've been 2-wheel driving it for a minute now. I'll probably have to take a sneaky leak down in the woods. But how am I gonna get all that out? I'm gonna have to back up down in there to get that out. That's a lot of snow. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So it's not gonna be smart to try to just back drag that up because I'm fighting everything. So I have to do the first push. I'll back down that little hole, and then I'll push it up. Gotta sneak down in there. It's a big space. Wouldn't want to try to take a semi down here. Give it a push. This will be the test of the 7.3 Godzilla. What is that thing? Oh, it's a bumps. No, I don't know what that is. A drain, some or something sort. All right. Up she goes. I'll just keep going straight. Why would I stop? There's what looks like a little bit of a cutout here. Yeah, there's a cutout right here. And I'll just push it again, and then I'll have to pull it out backwards. This stuff makes it take a long time, having all this technical stuff to do. This is all freaking cut out. Hard to tell. Hopefully I'm not scraping the lawn. It's all cut out. But there's a gate there. This here is part of the grass right there. Oh, something else too. Maybe a parking block or something. All right, now I'll nose down and back drag it up. In we go. Yeah, there's no way it would have just pulled it up in reverse. No way. Not all that. 7.3. Here we go. That's gonna be good enough for that. All right. Kind of annoying that there's vehicles here now, but what are you gonna do? So also while I'm here, I can probably pull this. Alright, I think I can get the rest of that. Now I'm going to pull over there, that little bit. All those spots that we cleared in the very front, people want to park over here. How smart. Get a little closer. Right. There's a car, you guys can't see it, but I'm like dodging this little car behind me. I'm trying not to hit it. If I forget he's there, boom! Why he's there, I don't know. That's a good question, like why would you sit there? Alright, let's see if we can't pull straight on back here and do some rowing. This is a long way to go backwards. Holy smokes. Maybe too far? How is the lot doing? The first half of the lot that we salted. It's looking wet. Looking pretty wet. I literally couldn't salt this whole thing. Alright, so now that grass is getting busy, I'm gonna switch up the plan here a little bit. Grass is too busy for me to be messing with it. So I could either nuke this. There's an excavator running. This I'll just solve. Let's see what happens. I don't have to solve it. Oh shit. Dude. So far, maybe I'll just go both ways. I'll just walk back the other way. It's just a long way. It's too long of a way. So backwards all the way over there. I'll roll it back this way. I don't care. But slop to the one side. Oh God, no. That's so nasty. So I'll have to carry this snow because these people are in my way. With all that parking that we've cleared in the front, there's people all over the place. So I can't just push it. I gotta scoop. One freaking car, just in the way. I could roll all this over to the right. This one car just wasn't sitting there. I would just be throwing slaps in one direction. I can carry this right. Oh, dang, that was heavy. Right over here. Just drop it over here. I would love to be able just to roll without cars here. We should have started earlier in the night. I got all my contracts done way before there was vehicles here. I can roll a little this way until I get to the cars. Wind rolling is just my thing, man. I don't like scooping all that. I like wind rolling. That's my favorite thing to do. But you can't always do that when there's people. It's like it's better. It's blade angle. I'll have to push it here and then stop and then push it up because there's a car. What's it when people, they gotta park away from each other? We all gotta be separated from each other. Like, people just need to park together. Like, when people go to restaurants, they never sit next to each other. They always get their own little space. Why don't they just sit together? I hate that. Like, people should just, like, when people go out to dinner and stuff, a couple on a date, they don't sit next to each other. They gotta sit across from each other so they can look at each other's eyes. When I started dating my old lady, I used to try to make her sit next to me to be romantic. Thought that was romantic, but that never flew. She's like, I'm not sitting next to you, I'm sitting across. Like every other human. Just hit that stupid car. So I'll wind roll it here. There's a irrigation thing right there. I can't put the snow there. Gotta go up a little further. Easy job, hit hard by traffic. So once I do this, then I can push that up. that car. Or that pole behind me. Anybody ever hit a pole just backing up, just boom, hit a pole? You just get that feeling like, I don't even want to get out and look. I just wait until later. I had a pole this year in the spring with that brand new enclosed trailer, and I have a camera on it, and I still hit a pole, just not being used to it. I just felt so dumb. So yeah. Oh, go figure, another car just coming up behind me. Ugh. So what I've also got to do now is push that little corner that I couldn't get because of that car. I gotta take a leak too. I'll have to hide somewhere and go to the facilities. Stupid car. It says, congrats on 10K. What does it say? Want me to eat with you? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, where are you? You do what? It says, want me to eat with you. I do it. What do you mean you do it? What are you going to do? What do you mean eat? Eat the snow with me? That's Jonathan. I do remember that truck, though. You've got the Salt Dog and the 350. Hopefully that Salt Dog's still running good. Mine, it's not the Pro. I think Jonathan's got the Pro. And no, my regular Salt Dog's been running good. And tons of salt. I haven't greased it. Dude, the thing about a Salt Dog is you can just abuse it and not maintain it, really. And it might probably be okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, it already had grease on it. Like, there's only one grease point, it's a bearing. It was already greasy, but you know, you should grease it, and I didn't. And it's fine. So, yeah. Salt Dogs are pretty good. Except for they can feed a little faster. I'll say that much at least. Salt Dog is not fast enough for me. Alright, so which way should I go with this? I nuked the front. Before I do anything else back here, maybe I'll go up front and see if those spots that I could, maybe I can go up here and hit some spots because, but the beauty of this is, like, the front end was hit, you know, with the salt. Let's take a lap around here. Like, I really just focused on this first because they're opening so soon. And I got this side pretty clear and pretty clean, pretty quick. Only thing I can do up here real fast is I can just clean up this corner that I didn't do right here. Just like this. And this spot couldn't really get to because they have unnecessary islands. So we'll scrape it real fast so I can just be done up front. I have to say too, the 10 speed has been great too for work. All the complaints about the 10 speeds, guys, I haven't really heard anybody ever complain about the 10 speed while working. You know, 10 speed problems while just driving, maybe you feel a shift or something, or hard engagement or whatever, but not so much while working. Got a pedestrian leaving. Let him go. And then I can clean up under where he's at. Oh, right. That's all right. But what I can do is I can nuke this for salt while I'm here. Alright, salting it up. Full power. My part's salted. Running a 9 on the auger, 5 on the spinner. I like salting in reverse for whatever reason. Say what you want. I don't know why. I just like it. The camera's going. You can see the spinner pretty good. Quick ram. Running a 9 on the auger. Getting that side there. controller back on. Anytime I saw it, the controller just turns itself off. Whoop, 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 whoop. Gotta clean up the back. I'm almost actually done here. Alright guys, nature's calling, and I'm gonna sneak over here where nobody can see and do something. I can't say what I'm gonna do because it's illegal, but I'm gonna do something real fast. Bear with me. Mute your headphones. Alright. Never ever go outside. Like never go to the bathroom outside. Like that's illegal. Like I would never. I know you guys wouldn't. Nobody's thinking about doing that, because that's not right. Man, oof. Oof, oof, oof. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm. Oh man. I don't know nothing about nothing. Oh man. Let's see here. Right. No one is thinking that. Just push the vehicles out of the way. You can always push them back. Oh man, if there was enough snow and I could just get a nice pile of snow going and just roll that snowball up and then just hit the car with it and give them a push right out of the way. Yeah, that's, you know what, it's on me. Oh yeah, it's on me. I should have came out here way earlier, but at the same time I did have other properties to do before coming out here. Let's see here. All right, so I guess I'll finish this last little back corner up. All right, we don't need no freaking four-wheel drive for this. All right, I just need four-wheel drive to do that place down there, but that looks good enough. Go, baby, go. We slipping. I just took you out of four-wheel drive. Do I gotta put you back in? All right, so I got this weird shape to finish up here. Slipping, slipping, slipping. She's spinning. Alright, I'll just keep doing that until it's done. We should get somebody on the phone. Here, let me see here. Who wants to get on the phone here? Let's see, live chat. I should get Jonathan on here. It says ground frost, and that's about it. Jonathan, you should jump on here. I just gotta get your number somehow. Shoot me an email, Jonathan. My email is it says it was 28. Why doesn't it just stay up? I just want to see the live chat stay up. All messages. Okay, how do I show that? It's not keeping me updated with the live chat. Not keeping the live chat up. It just flashes. Like, guys, this YouTube needs to understand that I can't really be touching this phone. If it would stay up, I could read and drive. Which is super safe. Says live chat working here. Oh, it's working. It just doesn't stay up. Which Crouster, what up? It just doesn't stay up. It's just goofy. Howdy, Cliff. Oh, hey, how do I get this thing to stay up? There it is. What up? What up? What up? 36 in southern Arizona. Jonathan, what are you doing in Arizona? Alrighty. This is a goofy spot to just put an island. What a dumb... The person who designed this, why would you just put that island there? They don't even do nothing. What's the point? Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alrighty. I want to say, Jonathan, I want to say we worked on your truck. I want to get you on here, though. So shoot me an email to my email address. My email address is SEAN at STOKES dash outdoor.com. Anybody on here that wants to get on here to do a, whatever, talk, whatever, we got James, we got Crowdster, we got OTF Cliff. Any one of you guys, shoot me an email. Maybe I'll even conference you in. But I got my other phone here, and you can just email me, and I can get you in here, and we can talk. So shoot me that message to the email. It's too cold here, ain't it? You know what? With the cold air, right now it's 16. This is crazy. Last time I looked at it, it said 16. It's on a camera view right now, so as soon as that turns off, I'll know an updated temperature. But it got freaking cold, like real cold. If you live here, you know what I'm talking about. It got like, for real cold, like 4 degrees. And I mean, we just haven't felt that in so long. We haven't felt 4 degrees in such a long time that it was just, man, it was just not, it was 4 degrees and then it was windy and it was snowing sideways, and to the point where it snowed and then it stopped snowing, but the wind was blowing so fast and so much that it just blew all the snow back. So you had to go out again. Like it's been pretty brutal. So yeah, 4 degrees. Right now it's 16. It was so cold the last couple of days that the 16 degrees that it feels now, it feels good now. Like this ain't nothing compared to the last couple of days being 4 and 3, and you just step outside and it just hurts. And from a person that works outside, it was still hurting. Like the gloves, I wasn't ready with the gloves at all. Like I just didn't have the right gloves. I just had regular landscaping thin whatever gloves, and normally that's okay because I'm moving and your blood's flowing. But yeah, no, man, I was only able to work outside for like 5 minutes at a time and then get back in the truck. It was pretty bad. But now 16 degrees, you know, for working, like doing shoveling or anything like that, not a big deal to just be 16 degrees and have like basic a hoodie and a thin coat, like a thin high-vis coat. I wear high-vis. Let me show you guys. There's me. I just wear a thin high-vis Carhartt coat. Real thin hoodie. That's perfect. I don't need to be really layered all up and crazy protected and all that from the cold, because then you get hot. Even at 16 degrees outside, you'll get hot, especially if you're working. Now, if you had to walk at a normal walking pace or something, you freeze. You need good gear. But for shoveling and slinging a shovel or something like that, you want to. I guess if you're running a snowblower, you want something a little heavy. I am wearing 2 pairs of pants, so that's the thing. Two layers of pants. Right, what's this? DS. How do I get that to stay up? It says Crowdster DS. What's the email again? The email is SEAN. Somebody type it out so it's on there. SEAN at STOKES dash outdoor.com. Push it, baby. Push it. Need more than 2-wheel drive. So again, with that email, we got SEAN at STOKES dash outdoor.com. Shoot me that email and I'll call you. And I'll call you and we'll be all live together. Man, give me that snow. Woo. I need to get like a switch box. I got a switch box for lights that I can add all these lights. I need a switch box for cameras. I put a bunch of cameras in here. That way I can just switch through the different camera angles and have them all synced up. That would be kind of cool. All right, get the Duluth flannel lined firehouse pants. Ooh, those sound nice. So he brought up Duluth, Crowdster, I think that was. Brought up Duluth. That's interesting. What I've been wearing though is a company called True Work. Comment below if you've heard of that company, True Work. They got a nice pair of bibs that I like, but they cost $200. That's why I didn't get them yet. I'm like, I don't know. Guys, I spend so much money. Like, the thing about money is there'll never be enough money. And I spend like stupid amounts of money. And I just don't have enough money that I spend. I just don't make enough. And I went to True Work. I bought a coat. I bought some pants. I bought like I bought like $300-400 worth of stuff from this place, but when it came to those bibs, it was another $200, and they're real nice and stuff. But I was like, you know what, man? I'll get it when I get it. You know, I can't be freaking having $1,000 apparel. I'm not even that kind of a guy. Like, I don't really have that kind of fashion. Like, whatever Kanye West brand is, Beluga, whatever the heck. I don't wear those expensive clothes. Like one pair of Beluga pants or whatever that place is called, whatever that's having a controversy. I don't. One thing from them. I gotta stop. I didn't salt down there yet. I'm gonna salt it real fast. I gotta stop the semi from going in there. I didn't salt it yet. Check this out. The freaking semi pulls up. I don't know if you can see it, but you will see it in a second. He pulls up, and I didn't salt this. I plowed it, didn't salt it. So he's getting set up. He's going in the area that's been plowed. How nice. That works out good. Uh-oh, can we get out without four-wheel? So there the semi is. I didn't freaking make it with the salt in time. So he's backing up. I gotta get all the way out of the way. Haha. So let me check this email real fast and see who's here, if anyone got the email. It says, you speak about high vis. The minus, what does that say? The mines I work at provide us clothes and I look like a glow in the dark highlighter. I agree. Jonathan, I have great luck with Duluth. Pricey, but worth it. I wonder how pricey. Heard of True Work, never tried them. True Work's pretty cool. Carhartt's good. Carhartt is good. And I have insulated Catherick bibs. Carhartt bibs. Carhartt bibs. I'm telling you what, those Carhartt bibs are probably pretty good. Let me check this email. Your upcoming subscription renewal. What? Other emails. All right. I got Crowdster, Jonathan. Here we go. First is Jonathan. See if this works. There's Jonathan. Then we'll add Crowdster in a second here. So I got Crowdster too. What up?
Jonathan.
What up? What up? This is Sean.
Sean, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. Don't you got a white Super Duty?
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm thinking about a different Jonathan.
Yeah, completely different one, yo.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm wondering because I can never remember.
hey, no worries. One day I will.
So you live in Arizona?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Man.
Okay. What were you saying about we can eat what are we saying? What were you talking about?
Oh, earlier in the chat you were talking about how you don't get it, how people don't eat together.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yo, if I ever end up in your area, we gotta eat together.
Definitely, man. Hit me up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's still dark where I'm at, though.
What's the time difference?
Time difference, I want to say at least a couple hours. Let's see, it's 6 o'clock where I'm at.
Okay. So you say you're from here?
No, not from there.
Oh, okay.
I've been in Arizona all my life.
Oh, okay. So you just live in Arizona?
Yeah.
So what's the deal? You follow like who all do you follow as far as on YouTube, as far as Power Stroke Ford stuff?
Oh, A-Rod, obviously Ford Boss, Anthony, with Bearded Ford Tech,
Okay.
Raymond, Ray. So yeah, I follow all you guys. You
Yeah,
guys got great content out there.
oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I got Ford Boss. We're gonna be playing Call of Duty. He's kind of getting me into Call of Duty a little bit. I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at it. Oh my goodness. So maybe
I'm terrible.
I don't know what he's doing, if he's already playing with followers or whatever, but man.
Was never my cup of tea. I was never good at FPS.
FPS, the first person shooters.
Yeah.
I never really got too far into video games in general. Only game I ever really played was Gran Turismo on PlayStation. All the Gran Turismos I played, every one, except
They
maybe
are
the absolutely newest one, because I never had that one. But
I haven't played either. Gran Turismo on PlayStation is actually at my friend's house. That got me hooked.
yeah, and it's not even the most exciting game. It's just the real nature of it. Like they just
Yeah.
want it to be real. They won't do nothing too much extra. It's not like a Forza. Like I've been playing Forza because I got an Xbox now.
Yeah.
It's cool. The graphics are cool, but it's just not an RPG or whatever they call them. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
But that's the thing about it is that games have gotten to the point where they get pretty and all, but you still got to have the content to be able to keep people in. Looks only get you so far.
yeah, and it's just honestly the level that Gran Turismo put out there. It's too hard to ever recreate that because they went through so much trouble of every specification of every single noteworthy vehicle. Just the horsepower and the weight and the drive, what drive does it have, how many gears, all that stuff. It's just insane.
They go in deep.
Yeah, they go in pretty deep. So let me call. I'm gonna merge Crowdster into this.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna
Well,
merge.
hey, Sean, fantastic talking with you. Chat, I hope you all have a great day. You have a great day too, Sean. I got to go ahead and start heading out.
All right, Jonathan, have a good one.
Yep. Thanks again, Sean. Appreciate you having me on.
No problem. Thanks for coming.
Yep. Late.
All right, bye. All right, so let's get Crowdster. This working. Boy, bear with me. Email. All right. See if Crowdster's around. See if he answers.
Hey, DS, what's happening?
Nothing much. What's going on with you?
Not too much. I just had to shut off the stream here. We got a little Alberta clipper that just came through here. I'm looking out at my driveway. Got a nice 1/10 of an inch dusting on the drive.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
nothing serious, but probably enough just to get. I won't be taking the super duty out today. There'll be salt in the roads.
Oh, you're gonna keep the salt off of that thing, huh?
Oh, I keep the salt off. If I don't have to take it out, I don't take it out.
That truck was mint.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, it's some work. It takes work to keep them that way, but it's certainly doable, and it's not a ton of work either, to be honest.
Yeah, just the fact that you can keep it out of the elements, huge.
I try to. It doesn't work all the time, but I try to. Like right now, I got nothing going on for the first of the year, so there's that. That certainly helps.
Mine has been in it, just horribly in it.
Well, yeah, I mean, but you're in a whole different world too. If I was plowing snow for our local county or the state over here, I'd be out in every single snowstorm too, and getting involved in all that salt every day as well.
Yeah, I mean, I got the big flap hanging off the rear, but I mean, I went to wash my truck. My buddy who plows snow, he calls me up. He goes, "What are you doing?" "I'm washing my truck." He goes, "Why?" "It's just gonna get dirty again." I'm like, "Man, I'm trying to keep the salt off of it." So for me,
oh, you know what? At the townships, and this is something to look into, but at the townships and at the state level, and especially Lake County where I plowed snow, they use the chemical air, because we washed after every single snowstorm. If it was a multiple day snow, we'd go out and plow the roads. Once everything was cleaned up and subsided, and we were parking the plows back into the barn for the next event, you take them and they go through 2 days worth of truck wash. Your crew of us washing the trucks, and I mean, they got washed top to bottom.
Wow. So you guys had to wash them after?
Oh yeah, we washed them after, and I would wash mine just to keep stuff knocked down, halfway through a snowstorm, keep the lights clean and all that stuff, and just knock it down because we had.
So you pull in and spray it off.
Pull and spray it off, and then they spray the chemical called salt lick, which is more or less it's an anti-corrosion agent. And I don't know how much it costs, but the shit does work pretty good because
I've seen it on TV or Facebook.
Yep. So that's what they use, and they buy it by the 55-gallon drum. And of course, everything's washed top to bottom, and then they spray it down with a coating of that, and it goes into the heated garage, and it's ready to go for the next snow. Yeah,
I've seen a company. I think it's called Salt Away or something, and they spray this stuff on, and the salt's just melting off. But my thing is, I never really understood why you can't just do that with water, because doesn't salt just break down in water?
It does, but it doesn't quite do it. There's something about the chemical makeup, especially with the treated salt, like with magnesium or calcium chloride that they put in there to make it work at colder temperatures. If you're getting treated salt, those chemicals don't necessarily break down with just pure water.
Okay.
And that's the difference. But the stuff that they put on, it worked fantastic. It was an anti-corrosive, and then we never really had too much trouble with stuff not necessarily rusting out. Nothing ever slows it down. When you're using your rig for snow removal and you're using it for salt, it's just going to be it's just the cost of doing business. You're going to have that.
Yeah.
You can slow it up with some of the stuff, but you're never going to stop it.
Well, there is the fluid films and stuff like that, which it will work, but it can be very messy.
Yeah, I personally don't like the undercoatings. I know we've had extensive debates, with on A-Rad's channel and stuff with guys when he posts those videos about that. Again, I'm unique in the sense that I typically don't work during snowy months. That hasn't been true for the last 4 or 5 years because I've had work in the city and we've been doing stuff through the winter. But ordinarily, I can stay out of it if I can. I just try and keep the truck. If I can possibly avoid driving when there's salt on the road, I don't drive. Just whatever days I can keep the salt off it, I do it. And I just wash it. If I do have to be out in the salt, every day I'm out there, I got a nice Duluth waterproof jacket, those coveralls and the whole thing, and I'll get it at the car wash. I get right on the ground, I get dirty. I get on my back and spray, and I spray it every single time. And if you can get it while it's still wet, that salty residue wet kind of thing, if you can get it while it's wet and hit it with that high pressure, most of that stuff with the high pressure soap, those car washes will knock it right off. Doesn't get it off, but it gets most of it. And if you can get it off while it's still wet, it's pretty good. Once it's dried and it's crystallized on there, now you got to start getting elbow grease to get in there with the brush and knock it down. But if you can get it while it's still wet, and when you get snow, temperature usually right around, not always, but for the bigger stuff, it's right around 32, 33. It's close enough to freezing with the heat off the engine and the exhaust. I've never had a problem with the shit icing up underneath. But if you wait for a day afterwards and it's 10 below zero, yeah, of course it's going to be, you've already cooked your goose because it's dry, and you're 10 below zero. Anything you spray is going to block it out. But I've always had good luck doing it that way.
So I had a friend of mine tell me that, oh, you're going to the car wash, you're spraying salt on your car because they don't filter the water, they just recycle the water, so their water is just full of salt and you're just putting salt back in.
You know what, it's possibly that could be true to some degree. I don't know. I guess I've heard of car washes that recycle it, and then there's others that don't. You got to kind of do the homework on that. I look at it this way: even if it is salt, anything you can do to bring that corrosive level down, the pH down from that pure salt form that's on the roads. I still think it's worked. You've seen my truck, and that's been my formula. It's still going to be less of a salt content than what exists on there if you don't wash it at all.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the way
I think the way I look at it when he told me that is like, bro, if the water's salty, I think I would know.
You would know too, exactly, because it wouldn't dry up. They've got to have some stuff on there because let's face it, they can't have the cars coming out of the wash all spotted up with the crystallized salt on there. I mean, it's not good for business. So
exactly.
I don't know how much truth there is to that or whatnot.
I think they just can't.
Maybe they do recycle some, but it can't be enough to the point where it's it's going to make your car look dirty when you get out. Because what's the point of going to the car wash at that point? And you're just going to drive away business. That's the way I see it. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I think they can't let the water go back to the drain. And if they do filter it and really recycle all that water, maybe they got a reverse osmosis or something that.
Correct. There's got to be something in place. Yeah, I would agree. There's got to be something in place. Now, I'm not looking at the live chat to see if anybody's making comments or anything because I don't want to get the feedback going.
It says, no, not really.
We were talking about hose. I've got these Duluth fire hose. They're flannel. They run you about $7 a pair. But I'm here to tell you, put on a base layer, a thermal layer, a wash on, whatever your shoes against. Plus these, you almost never need the insulated bibs. Only in the most brutal wind and cold do you need insulated bibs with the setup here. I love them. They're durable. I absolutely love them. You're going to spend some money on them, but it's, to me, their pants are second to none.
Did you say $70?
Yeah, the flannel line fire hose.
That ain't
set you back about $70 a pair.
That ain't too bad.
No, but
not at all.
And you got all kinds of pockets. I just can't see him. I had my truck over when Aaron worked on it. I'm always bands of some sort. Usually, you got tons of pockets, clips, everything, the whole bit. Very happy with them. I've never heard of that. What was that brand you were talking about earlier?
True Work.
Never heard of them. I'm gonna have to look into them.
Yeah, a lot of the builders and stuff on YouTube, guys that like build houses and sheds and stuff like that, they've been getting sponsored by True Work. And I finally broke down after seeing so many ads and bought some stuff from there. But it's more than Duluth. It's more money than Duluth, for sure.
Okay, so they're like a higher end Duluth is basically what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, I've never tried Duluth. I need to try it because maybe they're better for the money.
Yeah, you heard Jonathan. I saw him on earlier. We were talking. Yeah, he's a believer in Duluth. I certainly am. I can tell you, I've tried everything out there, and Duluth by far, especially when you're working. If you have to be kneeling down on the pavement on your knees working on something, like where I do at work, working on generators and that, and we're doing that. These things hold up, and there's no holes in the knee or any of that stuff. It's just very durable, and they're not going to tear easy. It's just everything about them I really like. And the great thing about Duluth is their return policy is pretty liberal. I mean, if you got any problems and you take them back to the store, they take them back. Typically, no questions asked. You either get your money back or a new pair.
Yeah, like
That's been my experience.
the one complaint, you can tell me if Duluth has this problem. The one complaint that I have with the True Work, there's just not enough, right now at least, there's just not enough selection.
Duluth has gotten better. They were the same way, but Duluth has gotten better. There's something there for everybody with the Duluth portfolio the way it sits now. Whether you want carpenter's pants, whether you want just general work pants, insulated, non-insulated, they make the fire hose pants either in a flannel version, which is what I'm wearing right now, sitting here right out of the gate with a cigar in the garage, and I'm very comfortable.
So their stuff is like, hey, not only just work, I'll wear this stuff every day.
I wear it every day. My wife hates it because it's not the most fashionable stuff, but I'm past the point anymore, DS, of looking good in good threads. I mean, I dress up if I have to, don't get me wrong, but I wear them every single day.
Yeah, so the True Work stuff, I'll say this. I feel like it's pretty fashionable.
All right.
Like, nothing but
I gotta
compliments.
look into them now. Yep, I gotta look into them
Like,
and see what they are.
They
They're
got,
saying they're pricey, but
they
I don't
got-
mind paying if it's good.
they got like, okay, so pricey, they're gonna be, I want to say like $75 for a pair of pants.
Just normal pants. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I can dig it if it's high quality and it's going to last me a long time and I'm not replacing them in a year. I'm okay with that.
Oh, they'll last.
That's what I mean. As long as they last, that's really all I care about. I'm more about the durability over.
I'm telling you,
The
I
whole
put
way
on
of
these pants. All the guys, they talk about me as soon as they see me. They go, because it seems like I'm being super fashionable, and I'm not. I'm just being normal. They just start making jokes. But when I started, like, I'll be out doing landscaping, wearing the True Work stuff, and people notice, like, people out just landscaping, clients and stuff. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
Sean, I like your new pants. Like,
All
what?
right. Well, hey, you should be fashionable. You sign the front of the checks at work, not the back.
Yeah.
So, there's that.
So,
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, looking back at old videos and stuff of me before I was wearing like the True Work stuff, I'm looking at it and I'm like, what the heck was I wearing? Why was I even wearing that? Like, I should have been wearing just that, pants. Pants make a difference, nice pants. Out here doing snow and just blue jeans. Yeah, that don't look good.
You're out representing not only you, you're representing everything about your outfit. Yeah, you need to look semi-professional, and not some sort of stumble bum that just crawled in off the street.
Yeah.
How many plow trucks you running, DS?
I'm running 2 right now.
You got a decent guy in your other truck, or you just got a body in there?
So my other truck, I just brought on another guy, and he was pretty good.
Oh, good. You need to have a good guy in your truck so they're not tearing it up.
Yeah, the guy I brought in is a builder in the area.
Okay.
And I didn't have him come in today. I mean, it's right after Christmas and stuff. But the guy that I'm plowing for now, so I'm actually plowing for another guy.
Okay, so you're subcontracting to a different guy.
Yeah, he's paying me hourly. And
Right. Okay.
it's cool because once I get all my stuff done, he's got unlimited work, supposedly. We'll see. I just texted him and said we're next, so we'll see. So he's supposed to have unlimited work. But my stuff, I get it done. I'm not under that much pressure like my buddy here. He's got a ton of properties. So he don't care. He'll let me bring 2, but
Okay.
I just didn't bring 2 today.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point? Especially if it looks like it's a fairly lighter snow over there. What you got? I don't know when you got it, but it looks fairly light. It doesn't look like it's anything over an inch anyway, from what I'm seeing.
No,
or what I saw on the screen.
Yeah, it's less than an inch.
Yeah, and truth be told, if it was a little bit warmer, you almost knock it down with salt alone. You wouldn't even really need the plow. But since you're so cold, you got to push it.
I probably could have. I mean, at 16 degrees, it probably would have worked. It just would have been messy. It's just.
Yep.
It's still messy. Even though I did that little bit, scraped that little bit down, I just left it. It was still nasty looking.
Yeah, you need traffic and sunlight to really grind it and work it in. You know the deal. I mean, if you get any kind of sunlight with some chemical on it, it's like magic. Stuff burns right off in an hour or two. I do miss plowing. I haven't done it in a couple of years. But I do miss it in some respects, but in other respects, I don't miss it at all.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I haven't hit that point yet though, to where it's like, man, I'm so tired of this.
Yeah, plowing for a municipality or a state organization like I did here is far different. I've done both. I've done the commercial plowing like you're doing on big lots and stuff like that, and smaller lots, and I've done the stuff for government agencies. Plowing for the state's a lot more fun because you're not worried about where you put anything. It's just wherever it goes, it goes. And that part is kind of fun, especially just for plowing for long stretches of miles at a time, as opposed to at the end of the lot back up, end of the lot back up, end of the lot back up over and over and over again.
Yeah. That's where I'm like, my properties are just too small and they're boring to do. They're very boring to do. They're just tiny.
Well, and the good thing, what you got going for you on this particular thing is, I don't know how it's going to be over there, but I'm assuming we're about the same latitude, so I'm going to guess the weather is going to be somewhat similar. We got a big warm-up coming up here at the end of the week.
Yes, sir, we do.
The dew points come up, and when you get the dew points to increase, the snow melt is on fire. It's like you can't keep it underground. Once you moisten up the air and you get some warmer temperatures, that stuff starts disappearing, and everything you got on the ground is basically going to be gone here by the end of the week, which is also nice. You're not worried about, am I pushing it back far enough, and
oh yeah,
and all the other stuff. You can just kind of do whatever you want right now because there's no consequence for not doing the right thing.
I've never,
when you learn it the hard way.
Since plowing snow, I've never had to think about pushing the snow back far enough, because it's never snowed here enough for that to be an issue.
Really, I would think over there you get, like we do here occasionally in Chicago, we get lake effect come in off the lake. Rarely does it get this far inland, but when I was plowing for the county next to me, we would get it since we're on the lake, and that stuff can stack up in a pretty big hurry. And the crap in January, which is when the bulk of our snow around here falls, January is the snowiest month by far. If you don't take care and wing it back and push it back, you're in a world of hurt, especially if you get a big cold snap for a couple of weeks where it's not going anywhere, and then you get some blowing on top of it. Because once it freezes up, it ain't moving. I mean, those piles are there.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I kind of had to go visit a site later and be like, let me push this back. And like you say, when it's frozen, it don't really want to cooperate, but I just go and just put it straight and just freaking pound it and go snap the little icicles back, like the whole pile of ice will snap. But I run a heavier plow, so I haven't broken nothing like that yet, but yeah, the most I've had to do is kind of be like, let me push it back a little, because then you run out of space.
Well, you're definitely in the right side of the equation. If you're subcontracting for somebody else, it's far easier to deal with the stuff that goes on, especially if the guy's paying good.
Yeah,
you're getting an hourly rate for what you're doing. You're not worried about, if you break down, you break down. Oh well, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
it's up to him to figure out how he gets the property service, because you can't, because you're broke down, which is a far better scenario than being on your own.
Well, yeah. Well, if I'm on my own and I break down, at least I got somebody I can call. Jeez, if I didn't know nobody or whatever, I couldn't.
You're screwed.
Yeah. So I do my route. If I break down on my route, maybe I won't get it done in time, but at least it'll get done. I could borrow a truck if I had to.
Correct. Yeah, that's good. I didn't even realize you had any snow over there overnight, but glad to see you're out making some money. At least it's something.
But I do know I want to take it to the next level here because I've been like doing the same things for so long that it has gotten boring, and I want to, like, right now when I go and plow for my buddy, he's been doing this for like 20 years, and he'll be doing some properties that are like, one spot is like an aerospace plant, and then it's like,
he's doing zero tolerance property.
He's doing some zero tolerance stuff.
Yeah.
Where that's why I was saying I've never put this much salt through this spreader. Where I'm putting 2 tons. It's a 2-yard spreader. I'm putting 2 tons in it, and I'm coming back for another 2 tons. And it's like I've never had to push it to the limit like that. And just run it. And it's like I definitely want to, start getting some of those accounts now. That,
that's where the money is, because you're going out for every dusting and that kind of thing. And the money is there, but also sort of, you know how it goes. Sort of headaches, because like you say, you break down, blah blah blah. I mean, there is no, well, I had a breakdown, too bad. They don't want to hear that. They want to know why their shit isn't clear. So, sorry, I keep forgetting we're on live stream. I'm acting like we're having our own personal conversation here.
Oh, you're fine. No,
but I was surprised when I saw you on this morning. I said, I got to check this out, see what he's got going on over there. So it was a nice way to start the day here for sure.
Yeah, I had to get up early. I had to get up at like 3 a.m. And
trust me, I know. When we did it for the state, we worked shifts, and you would rotate the shifts. If you had days, one snowstorm, and then the next one, your partner was up for the night. We do 2 12-hour shifts. So either you were on 7 at night till 7 in the morning, or 7 in the morning till 7 at night when it snowed.
Oh shit!
That was your thing. So you would go, and then your partner would go, and then the next you would be up, and then if the snow stopped, the next snowstorm you would start at 7 at night instead of 7 in the morning.
And
it
you're
just all depends
and you're plowing the road.
And you're doing the road
for 12 hours.
12 hours.
That's brutal.
But it is brutal, because after about the 6th hour, and you're dealing with the traffic, there's pros and cons to it. The nice thing is that it is roads. The only time you're ever lifting the plow is when you're going over a set of train tracks. That's the only time the plow really comes up. But the downside is, especially if it's rush hour, you're dealing with cars and idiots trying to get around you and all the other stuff when you're trying to clear the roads, because there's always that one guy that does not want to be behind the plow and gets gooses it, tries to get around you, and doesn't have to spin out, and you're worried about taking him out into the ditch. But the other positive to that is that if you're ever in an accident that involves a plow, unless you rear-end somebody, it's always going to be the other guy's fault. The cops are always going to give the driver a ticket, because you, by law, are an emergency vehicle when it's snow removal.
Well, the thing about hitting someone in the rear, I mean, if you're on 12 hours and you didn't time your sleep right, you tired, you nod off a little bit, and you hit somebody in the rear, holy smokes, man.
Oh, yeah. It gets dicey, but again, I've worked goofball odd hours, like in my primary work when we're doing TV and film. I've had 2 or 3 23-hour days.
Yeah.
Then there was one stretch where the work was so bad, and it was so busy, and there were so many breakdowns. I was up from Wednesday until Saturday morning, and I slept maybe 10 minutes. That stuff starts to get crazy dangerous, because you start hallucinating and hearing shit. It gets pretty dicey in a hurry.
Oh my goodness, you start seeing snowblowers driving down the freeway next to you. They look like cars.
You get punchy. You start hearing stuff. You start, every little noise, you get worried. Oh God, what's happening? What they just hit? They just take out a nail.
Or you just go to sleep while driving. Just close your eyes.
I've never nodded off driving for work. Now, on my way to and from work, there's been a couple of times I've actually had to pull over and just, park it, recline the seat somewhere, and just take the 10, 15-minute nap, whatever it is. And one time I was out for like 3 hours, and a cop actually knocked on, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Just was overtired, racked out."
Yeah. So like I can always plow snow, but I can't always get from site to site. If I get burnt out, tired, something about driving, I'll fall asleep.
When you're plowing for the state or the county, especially if you're dealing with a wing plow, there's just so much going on. You're engaged so much. It's hard to really get to that nod-off point. I mean, you get tired and you can get punchy, but there's just so much going on and so many moving parts. because if you don't lift the wing right, the thing will snap up and take out the whole passenger door.
Oh, wow. So that thing's going to keep you awake because it's stimulating.
You're always engaged with that, especially if you have a route where you're crossing a lot of railroad tracks or those expansion joints in the bridge. If the plow gets hooked up into that, and I'm here to tell you that's a wake-up call in a big hurry.
It's crazy how when you're tired, you can hallucinate so much. I know when I used to be at Ford working the night shift, I used to work, 2 days and then I go over to 2 nights. So your body just never got comfortable and adjusted. The first couple of years of that, I used to hallucinate and nod out so bad.
Yeah.
And
it gets downright dangerous, and I'm 100% in agreement. There's been times when I'm at work, usually I'm engaged and stimulated enough, no matter how tired I am, I'm still able to keep it together and stay awake. But the minute I'm in my own time, either going to or from, that's why a lot of times
it's not enough.
Job.
Your brain's not thinking enough. It's too relaxing.
No.
And one of my techniques was to try to do something inside of the truck to keep my brain from getting too comfortable. Like I would sit there and just like touch every little button, like right in the right spot, and try to do that to just keep my brain functioning. But even sometimes that didn't work. And I know I used to fall asleep all the time the first couple years at Ford. One time I did a hard job where I had to put in the VIN tags and then the fender liners and stuff, and I was just running the whole night. And when I drove home, instead of there being trees and stuff along the landscape, like along the freeway, it was just images of those fenders. Like they were all hanging on the fender rack, and I'm driving through it and I'm just seeing fenders hanging up on the fender racks. I'm supposed to grab them and put them on the truck. I
completely understand that.
I'm just like, oh,
no, you're not. Absolutely not. And the other trick I did when I was plowing for either the state or a municipality or the county, no matter how cold it was, I always had the window cracked down a good couple of 3-4 inches, let that ice cold air blow in, because every once in a while you get a gust of wind, it's 0 out or whatever. That cold air keeps you up. If you stay toasty warm, that's almost a kiss of death still. You gotta have a little bit of that. There's a mix of that fresh air versus that heated air all night that keep you going. So I keep either the defroster and the floor mix going with the window cracked open about 2-3 inches and let that air blow in. Plus, you can hear what's going on outside, so if you hear something grinding in your conveyor, your hopper spread or whatever, you can catch it before you start really screwing things up.
Yeah. One of my tricks was to eat something. Like I would stop over in the liquor store, it didn't matter where it was. It could be the worst part of Detroit, whatever. And it'd be like,
well, that'll keep you awake in and of itself.
Yeah. And I would go in there and I would be like, bag of Doritos, a Coke, the worst. Like if anybody knows me, you know that I don't drink pop. I don't eat chips like Doritos and stuff like that. I don't do that because it's not healthy. But my thing is like, I'd rather survive the night.
That's a true story.
You know what I mean? I'll eat some Doritos. There's nothing healthy in the freaking liquor store at 2 in the morning. But
absolutely not.
When you're chewing and those salty chips and you're just munching on them, you're going to be awake until those chips are gone at least.
Yep.
So you just eat one chip at a time, just slow.
It's getting out of the truck too. That's the other key thing for me when I was plowing. And the good thing is we'd have the 5-yard hoppers on the back. So you're running around with the tandem axle dump truck with a pretty hefty load with a wing plow. And usually you get enough salt, depending on the snow, you get enough salt to make one path around your route, and then you come back in. So you're coming in usually every hour and a half for a load of salt. And you get out, stretch your legs, go into the break room, just to get out and walk around.
That's not bad. So I'm thinking, man, how do you sit in that truck for all those hours? But no,
you're always coming back for salt.
You're always doing an hour and a half.
Always doing an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours on the outside if it's bad. If it's rush hour, you're just not getting any work in traffic. But almost always, you're coming back for a load of salt at some point because you spread it on the road.
Now that sounds kind of fun, to be honest.
Yeah. You're always coming back to the yard for a load of salt.
Now that's a CDL job too, right?
Correct. Yep.
I wonder.
At least for our state You need a CDLA with a tanker endorsement because we also use the liquid that sprays out on the spreader. It's usually a magnesium chloride, a calcium chloride, or in the case of Lake County where I was working, they use a beet juice mix that they spray on to give it a little added punch to bring the melt temperature down. Because rock salt, pure rock salt, is junk after about 10 degrees. You're not going to get much melt. You treat it with the magnesium or calcium chloride liquid or a beet juice mix. Now you bring your effective melt temperature down to 0, maybe a little bit below. But once you start getting past 5 below, there ain't a whole lot that's going to melt nothing in the middle of the night. You need sunlight and you need traffic to mix it in.
Yeah.
That's why the roads usually melt off better, because they just see the traffic.
That friction of the...
And that friction a little bit, and that sunlight. You can never underestimate the power of sunlight, even if it's cloud covering or sun going. That is your best snow melt that there is on the planet when it comes to that stuff. If you have a little chemical down, it doesn't take much, especially if it clears out, even if it's below 0. That pure sun beats on it, it melts it off just like magic.
Yeah. Now, what I've been doing when it gets real cold is I'll fill my hopper up, put a ton of salt in there, whatever, and I'll get 50 pounds of calcium chloride and just dump it on top, cover it all up. It'll cover up the whole top. That alone, once you start spreading it and start vibrating just a little, all of a sudden, all those millions or billions, or probably not billions, probably millions of little beads, they all work their way into the salt mix. So as you're spreading it, you look out, you see the calcium chloride, the whole ton or 2 tons or whatever. You see that calcium chloride is mixed in there.
It helps. Even the pellets help, but they use a liquid mix, and so you're not only filling up with the hopper with salt, you're going to a big silo filled up with this liquid. You do a hose coupler, turn the pump on, and fill up your tanks. With the tanks, I think, at least on the state truck, are 200-gallon saddle tanks on the side. At least in Illinois, you'll see them right on the side of the hopper.
I would
and
like
they
that.
got a little spray nozzle on the back. I'm sure that they make it now for private contractors. That's becoming a thing now, especially with the zero tolerance accounts, because you need that. Like I say, you get below 5.
That was a struggle we had at this aerospace
Rock salt
place.
doesn't do shit.
That was the issue we had.
In fact, it's worse. It actually turns it into black ice, because you get just enough melt, but not enough melt to be effective. And then once it's the bottom really drops out, goes below 0, whatever's melted now is basically black ice.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
So me putting that little calcium chloride, because people talk about me, they're like, man, you shouldn't be doing that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, at these temperatures, when it's getting to 5 degrees, 10 degrees.
Yeah, you're getting nothing out of your rock salt. It's absolutely garbage. You might as well, you're better off putting nothing down, honestly, because you're doing more harm than good. And that's the way we did it at the state level and the county level. We never put pure rock salt down, hardly ever. Only time that would happen is if you were out of the liquid and you had no choice. But any kind of calcium, magnesium, chloride mix you could mix into it, whether it's liquid or pelletized form, you're still going to be better off than just pure rock salt. Like
the liquid's going to be king, but I just don't have that kind of money. I know
that's an expensive setup.
With the pellet,
no doubt.
It's such a cheap solution just to dump $20 worth of calcium into a hopper versus the big investment of the whole wedding. But also, too, what I do, my properties are very small. They're like postage stamps. They're like maybe 10 cars to the left, 10 cars to the right, lane up the middle. I got 3 of those. And then I got a 4th one that's a little bigger, but still not that big. Maybe 20 cars long and 2 different sides with 20 cars long. For me, a lot of times with this 2-yard spreader, I don't always empty it out. Like, it's not always going to run out. And not only that, it's not a zero tolerance account, these accounts. But my setup now, I don't have the big loaders and stuff. I gotta go to the salt yard and load it. Or
and you're waiting in line and the whole bit. Yep.
If they're open. If they're
open, correct.
So
yep.
What I do is I just keep the spreader loaded. It's a stainless steel. All the mechanics inside of it are all stainless steel, and it's all poly. There's no corrosion inside of it. And they say you gotta empty it and clean it, and no, I've never cleaned my spreader, like, ever. I just in the summer I just leave the top off so water can get in it. Then once it's time, I just spray all the leaves out, and then start.
You're ready to rock and roll.
Ready to go, because there's nothing in here.
When it snows hard, when you get like a blizzard type thing or a bad snowstorm, a lot of times in the middle of the night when I'm plowing, the boss at the county will even say, ain't no point spreading salt. Just run, you have the salt in there as a ballast weight. But here's the key with that. Once you start dropping, if you don't empty that load a couple of times a shift, that salt freezes like a brick in there, and you get what's called a frozen load.
Yeah.
If you've ever had to chisel one of those out by hand, you know what I'm talking about out there. Yeah. They're brutal.
So you gotta get up there and chisel out the big truck.
If it freezes, I never let my load freeze. What I do is I'll run just a little bit at the intersection. Just keep it moving every so often. But if you ballast up your hopper, we just solve for weight for the plow, and don't run it all night. The snow that's melting on top of it, and that water infiltrates in the load, and the temperatures drop. That stuff just hardens up like cement. It's brutal until you can get it in sort of inside of a heated garage area.
One time, it was so cold. It was like 5 degrees. I went and got a load of salt. And everybody's running out of salt. Like every supplier's starting to run out of salt now. This is like last year. Everybody's running out of salt. They put this weird looking salt in my hopper. It looked all brown, dusty, like
salt.
It wasn't treated right. They had some salt that wasn't treated, and then they freaking mixed in some treated salt. You can tell it had some trails of treated salt running through it. Well, he put that salt in my spreader, and I drove to the first property for maybe 10 minutes. I get there, turn on the spreader. I'm like, what the heck is going on? I barely can get enough salt out. Barely. So I go to another property. Barely freaking made it. Go home, solid ice. The whole back 2 yards, whatever, like a yard's left. Solid ice. Nothing I could do. I had to get up in there with a sledgehammer and just tap it lightly with a big 10-pound hammer. I had a big hammer though. And just tapping it lightly and turn it on the auger. And then it all worked out. It dumped out, and I put it in my garage. Turned on my heater, let it dry out for a couple of days. Put it back in the spreader, and it was fine. But this year, when I get a load of salt, first thing I do, dump a load of calcium chloride on top. It mixes in. I haven't had it freeze up this year, so maybe I can figure it out.
You're not usually gonna freeze up under those circumstances, especially if you're running your spreader and getting rid of it in a timely fashion. But for us in the middle of the night, salt number one is too cold, it don't work. The only purpose we have on the state or the county trucks just for ballast weight, to weigh down the truck. But you have to be vigilant. If you don't, there ain't nothing like being up there at a big frost bar, 20 below zero wind chill, chiseling that shit out of the hopper so you can get a fresh load of salt so you can work. I mean, that whole conveyor, everything in there, it's just a chunk of concrete, and it's brutal. I've had to chisel out a frozen load once. So every couple hours you go back and you just empty the spreader out. You have your loader guy put in a fresh couple scoops in, and away you go.
No kidding.
And the closer you get to daybreak, then you start putting the salt down in their intersections and that, because the traffic's going to grind it in. When it's middle of the night and it's just snowing like crazy, you're just dumping good money after bad running any kind of salt, because it's going to do no good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an art to it. It's not just about there just running out there plowing the snow. I mean, there is an art to plowing snow and to get really good and efficient at it.
Absolutely. See if I can adjust this camera a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't been watching the stream. I've just been sitting here because I don't want to get distracted with the feedback off of the live stream and me talking to you on the phone. So I just got to set the iPad down and just sat out here and got the cup of coffee and the cigar going first thing this morning.
Okay. So what's the deal? Are you retired?
I'm not retired. No. We're off. We finished the last TV show I was doing. We finished in early mid-October or mid-November. So I've been off since the beginning, a couple weeks prior to Thanksgiving, I should say.
Is
And
the TV show, is it top secret?
It's not top secret. It was a Disney show called Saturdays. It's not out yet. It'll probably be out sometime either later this spring or summer, whenever Disney decides they released it. But all the episodes are done. Now there's no work. The show I worked on last year gets going again sometime in January. So I expect to be back to work after the first of the year at some point. I don't know if it's early January or mid-January, but I'll be back and then probably get work again steady right until next November. My work typically runs a good 7 to 9 months, 10 months of the year, and the last couple of years I've been working 12 months straight on through.
Uh-huh.
It's very feast or famine. When we work a lot of hours. So it's just good money management is really what it comes down to.
So is that like do you do like CDL work for the movie set?
Yeah. Yep, I'm hauling all the gear in semi trucks to each location for these guys to set up and film.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So that's why, like, when you want to come see us and whatever, do some work, it's not a big deal for you to drive. Like, you're used to being over the road or whatever, shooting across the country.
I haven't done a ton of road work. Now, we do some road work for the shows to go pick up the specialized rental gear that we can't get in town. I go to Atlanta frequently. I shouldn't say frequently. It's been a good year since I've been to Atlanta. Or I go to Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. We get there's a vendor we have in Pennsylvania that supplies a lot of the trailers that the cast and stuff sit in there.
That's some serious driving, though.
Yeah. And so we're pulling off the bumper off of like a 650 or a 750 with a 20,000 pound trailer kind of thing.
Oh, okay. So not air brakes and stuff necessarily all the time, just...
Well, the bigger 650s, the bigger 750s that we have from that particular vendor are air brake. But we do have some stake body cab chassis stuff with lift gates and stuff on them that are hydraulic brake with the boost on them. And of course the trailers are all electric actuated trailer brakes on those particular units. Now the tractor trailers obviously is different burn altogether. That's all air brake. But
do you ever have to do that?
Oh yeah, that's my latest gig with these guys. I've driven almost every piece of equipment for our productions, with the exception of one or two. But my gig right now is I'm with the rigging electric and rigging grip crew, and it's a 44-foot semi-trailer with a big fly swatter lift gate, and it's got all their gear in there, and they go up a day ahead of the actual film crew, and they pre-rig everything with the shooting crew, which is the filming crew, goes in and mounts their lights and mounts their shades and their lenses and stuff to get all the fancy shots and stuff that they do. And the next day after they're done, we go back there and tear out what we put up.
Oh wow! So when you do the semi work, you don't just drive, and you gotta get out of there after we can get there and do some labor type of work.
Some, but not much, because it's all divided up between the different union contracts. I run everything that's related to the truck. It's all on me. So working the lift gate and that kind of thing, and setting them up and getting them opened up for business. That's all my deal. So I get their generator out, get their power going, the whole bit. So they got electric, heat in the winter, and air conditioning in the summer. Get that all set up for them so that when they get there, they just open up the door. They're ready to work.
That's pretty cool. Sounds like a good gig.
It is good. But again, you have to be good with your money management, or you're going to be in a world of hurt. Because when you work, you do pretty good. But then there's also plenty of times, like right now, there's nothing going on, and you got to have savings to live off of. So if you're not good with money, this is not the business. It's like being in business for yourself. You just got to have good money management.
Yeah, it's like snow.
You're screwed.
If you don't have good money management with snow, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Like for
because
me.
You go for 2 weeks where you'll make a ton of money, and you can't spend it as fast as it's coming in. But then there's going to be that 2 or 3 months of dry spell where it's 45, 50 out, and there's nothing coming in. There ain't nothing you can do about it except watch it just all melt away in the bank account.
Exactly. And there's nothing worse than watching your money go away.
No. So like right now, I probably should have went and did work for the county or the state this year, but I opted to sit out. I could afford to do that this year. Next year may be a different story. If we have a similar year like we had last year and it's a little bit slower, I'm probably going to in that boat again where I'm going to have to. And that's what I do. You always got to. I call it the best hard time.
Sorry, I was plowing.
That's all right. I heard it. I heard it get active, and that's why I kept my mouth shut. I figured you were focused.
Oh no, I can talk and plow. You can keep talking. I thought I maybe.
No, I get it.
I have my thing that the plow gets so loud I couldn't hear him.
You just got quiet, and I heard things get loud. I said, he's got something going on because obviously I'm not watching you, so I don't know what exactly.
No, I can talk and plow. For a while, I couldn't talk and plow for a good while.
Yeah, I could never do this plowing for the state or the county.
Talking?
No way I could talk. Nope.
For a while, I had to just be literally quiet. Like I'm reading the messages. But for a minute, for a couple years there, I had to just be utterly silent. Like there was just no.
Especially when you're backing up with the light poles in the parking lot. Because
Yeah.
I've seen it happen. I see guys just smash. Realize now with cameras, I'm sure that's a little bit different. If they've got camera setups on the back of those spreaders.
Oh, 100%.
But yeah, I think that's the guy.
I wouldn't be out here with no camera.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I got to get with you the next time I'm over to have work done on these.
For what?
Which, as soon as the power stop brakes come in, I got to get your info on what you use for your dash cam setup because I like your dash cam setups.
Oh, that's the thing I do need. I don't have a dash cam on my truck.
I thought you, because Aaron was telling me, he said if you want to talk dash cam, DS is your guy. He's got them dialed in.
Oh yeah, my ideas. I know which one to get, and how to put it in. But like we were just saying, you got to manage your money right. I can't always spend as much as I would like. Like I've been eyeing, Ford Motor Company, their dash cam is pretty nice.
Is it? Okay.
Only issue with theirs is the resolution is only like a 720.
Okay.
But you can buy like the same company that makes it for Ford. You can buy that one from that company
and get the 1020 or whatever it is.
Get like a 4K or something or a 2K or whatever.
Right.
But you get it from Ford. It's nice, but it's not a high enough definition.
Yeah, I want the deal where you got almost not quite the full 360, but I certainly want the sides, the rear, and the front. So that way, if there's ever any incident, I'm covered no matter what happens.
Okay, so that I've never done or seen. Like a 360 cam that gets a surveillance, like a dash cam that has it all recorded and stuff.
Yeah, they have the front and the rear covered, so you can see the car that's coming up behind you and on the side, so that if you get sideswiped, there's no he said, she said crap when you're talking.
I've got
and the cop just fills out the report. You got it on dash cam.
On this truck, it lets you turn on the camera, but you can't like record it.
Got it.
That will be the way to go if they could make it so you can record these factory cameras.
That would be great.
That would be nice.
Aaron says the problem with that is the resolution isn't high enough that he didn't think that the stuff that you actually have existing on the Super Duty is high enough resolution to be of any value. He didn't think.
It could be of some value if the guy, like, here's the thing, the guy don't stop. If he didn't even stop, you're not going to see a license plate or nothing like that.
Right.
So from that point, no. But for an accident, say the guy stopped and you can look at, they're blurry, but you can tell what happened.
Yeah, that's the thing, because especially when you're especially in any kind of commercial truck, like when I'm in a semi and that, I really want one for my work truck that's portable, that I can take with me and hook up. Because there's always the he said, she said stuff, and without video evidence, there's no way to cover your tracks because the cars are always cutting in and doing the stuff, but the truck almost always catches the brunt of the blame because the lawyers know that's where the money is, and of course they're going after the insurance.
Now with the semis, is that required to have a dash camera?
Required.
Most do,
it's
though.
Not required. Yeah, a lot of the bigger trucking companies do have it. for their own internal stuff so that they know what the driver's doing. They can, keep metrics on how many lane deviations the guy has and that kind of stuff. And
okay.
they tie it into the GPS, like your Schneiders, your Warners, your like bigger outfits like that, Swift, they all got them. But I just want it for peace of mind. Somebody cuts me off on a merge and I ding their bumper. It's not, well, he swerved into me kind of stuff.
Right.
It's never happened, but
my
I've seen
accident,
it happen to so
I was
many guys.
lucky
Yeah.
that it was kind of undeniable that it was not my fault. But it could have been any other type of way where it would be unclear.
Right. And then they go after your insurance, and you may be 100% in the right, but since there's no evidence, you're the one that takes the ding, irrespective of who's at fault, because they have no way to prove it.
And that can be a big ding, because the bigger the truck, the more hurt the other person is going to be.
The more hurt the other person has, and the more damage. So then they fight amongst themselves, but ultimately you take the ding because the cop more or less says, "I wasn't here. I'm not a witness to it. I go based on what each party says." And so if there's big injury involved, of course there's going to be a lawyer involved, and they're going to make the argument that, well, the truck is more responsible because they bear the brunt of the weight, and the so on and so forth. And they know the deeper pockets typically set with somebody in a bigger truck, because typically they're driving for somebody.
Yeah.
And they're insured under a commercial policy, whereas personally, there's not as much to go after because
policy is not millions of dollars.
Correct, exactly. And there's a lot more people to sue when you're on the other end of the stick. If you're driving for somebody, you can sue the driver personally, then you can sue the employer that they're driving for.
Yeah.
So it's like a spray approach. They just try and go after everybody and get whatever they can out of everybody.
What's interesting is, like, when I got in my accident, wasn't that big a deal, but for whatever reason, all my stuff was right. And I think it comes down to, like, having my trailer stolen the year before. Someone stole my dump trailer from me. And I remember thinking, like, man, how is this? Where's the bright side to any of this? $10,000 trailer getting stolen. I had most of my equipment.
By the way, did you recover that trailer? I
no.
never did hear the end of the story. You never did. Okay.
Never. So that was like the first equipment, the big piece that I got, and I paid it off real fast. Like I put it on a credit card, I put it on a debit card. I just had 3 different cards, and then within a month or so, I paid it off. I had that whole trailer clean and clear, paid off, and I just started doing that kind of stuff, and I was so happy and so proud that I had it, but I was cutting corners. I had it locked up and stuff in storage, but what I didn't have is the insurance policy on it.
Oh, no.
Part of it was me being lazy because I had got a quote, and I was like, let me think about that. Do I want to insure it, or do I want to just go ahead and let it not be insured? No one's gonna steal it. It's gonna be 5 years, 6 years, and I still have it, and then I'm paying. I got a payment. The whole point of me paying it off is I don't have a payment on it. So why would I give insurance? So why would I pay for insurance and payment if I've already paid?
Well, you found out why after it got stolen.
Yeah. So I thought about it, and then I messed around and forgot about it. Because at the end of the day, I probably still would have did it. I just honestly, I didn't remember.
Yeah, you got busy with life, busy with business.
So I was working forward. I was doing landscaping. I was so busy. And the kid that worked for me stole it. And I swear, this kid, he denies it to this day. I'm like, dude, you don't need to deny it. He's like, okay, yeah. I'm like, yeah, because you stole it. So the whole thing is like, when that happened to me, I realized that I wasn't crossing my T's and dotting my I's.
Well, yes, unfortunately, you're in the same boat that we're in Chicago. If it isn't nailed down, it's gonna get like to get stolen. So whenever I park our trailer somewhere, I'll always put a tractor in front of it and disable it to the point where you're gonna have to pull the tractor out from under it, and back under it, and get it hooked to it to get it out of there. Because if it's not nailed down, you can just think, it's only for a couple hours. Believe me, in a couple hours in Chicago, if it isn't nailed down, somebody's gonna find a way to take it. And that's all the gear. It doesn't even mean trailers. It's everything. If it's not locked up and secured up, now if somebody wants something bad enough, I don't care what you do, they're going to get it. But it usually keeps most of the lazy ones honest, where they're not going to work that hard to get it. They're going to go after a softer target.
So what I was doing is like that trailer. That wasn't the only thing I wasn't really crossing my T's and dotting my I's. I was not really doing a lot of stuff right. I wasn't putting all my drivers on my insurance before I let them drive. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
You dodged the bullet there, because God forbid one of them ever got into a bad wreck. You'd be on the hook there.
Yeah. Now every single driver that I hire gets on the insurance. I wasn't.
Yep.
Another thing I wasn't doing is I wasn't commercial policy on my trucks and equipment.
Oh yeah.
I just had a regular policy, and
Yep.
it was like what happened with the Allstate. I was with Allstate, and they stopped offering commercial policy unless the vehicle was in the commercial name, and my vehicles just weren't. So I didn't want to leave my insurance provider, and I didn't want to switch insurance. I like my provider, but my agents and all that, but they weren't giving me the commercial policy. So I just stuck with them, and they were like, well, don't letter the truck or whatever, and all this stuff. Well, the truck was lettered eventually. What am I doing now? I letter the truck. So
Right.
eventually, after that trailer got stolen, I said, you know what? This is a big eye opener. Like, you can't skate through this.
No, you can't. And I had my own business for 15 years, and the same thing. I ran mine as a sole proprietor. I didn't LLC or any of the other crap. For right or wrong or indifferent, an attorney friend of mine says, listen, as long as you have a big enough liability policy, you're going to be fine. But you LLC and do all that other stuff,
Yeah,
unless
no.
you're properly capitalized,
Yeah.
do it the legit way. He said,
Most
you're going to
people,
punch through it anyway, and you're
most
still going to be
people are
liable
not properly capitalized. The one guy
Correct.
would be like a Trump. That guy is capitalized. Like if he could explain how he is, but once all you got to do is like mix your money up, and bro, that ain't no LLC like that.
Correct. That's what he said. Keep your business. You set up a business account, and he said never commingle the money. He said the minute you commingle it, now it becomes fair game. If anything happens.
Yeah.
He said, but even if you're LLC or you're incorporated, he said, unless you're properly capitalized, he said, a good attorney will pierce the corporate veil and prove that you're not properly capitalized and you're really operating as a pseudo sole proprietor, and you're in the same boat as if you would have been by not even going through it. So you get a good liability policy, be insured. He told me $1 million minimum. You do that. Just keep work stuff work, personal stuff personal. He said, odds are you're going to be, he said, unless something catastrophic, he said, you T-bone a school bus full of kids, well, you got big problems. But as a general rule, it's going to cover you most of the time. It was actually fairly sage advice that he gave me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was putting I had a personal policy, and that would have been straight up, like you were just saying, you're mixing up personal and business.
Yeah, you'd have been denied immediately. If they would have found out you're using it for work, it happened in the performance of business use, they would have denied the claim every day come Sunday, because that's what they do.
Not only that, once they deny that claim and I don't have coverage, that other insurance company gonna decide to come after me.
They come after you personally. They take your house. They take everything.
And I don't even need to be at fault.
Correct. Exactly.
They're like, hey, he don't have the pockets to defend.
Yep.
Let's blame him.
That's what the attorneys go after the weakest member of the herd. They figure that out. If it's you, well, that's too bad for you.
Yeah. So when that trailer got stolen from me, as terrible as it was, it really woke me up.
Yeah, you got a $10,000 lesson on how to properly run your business, which, in the grand scheme of things, is actually a pretty cheap lesson.
Yeah.
Considering what could happen.
Well, considering what happened the next year, I got into this big accident. What I did was like everything after that trailer getting stolen, I went out of my way. I got the CDL license. It cost me $7,000 and a whole couple weeks worth of work.
Did you get the A, by the way, or did you just go with a B?
No, I got the full CDL A.
Got the A. All right, good for you.
Yeah, I got a CDL A. It cost me $7,000, 4 weeks of school, stress like crazy. because it was freaking hard. Because they made it real hard lately. Stress.
Yep. I'm glad I did my CDL when I did 2006.
Stress like crazy. And all that's because, like, hey, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna cross my T's and dot my I's.
Well, absolutely. You're pulling that trailer, anything over 10,000 pounds, you need the A. People will tell you you don't. If personally you don't, I'd rather have the CDL.
Anything over 26,001.
Yeah, that's for the B. But if you're pulling a trailer and it's a combination vehicle, especially if it's for business, now you're in CDL territory. It doesn't matter whether the truck is 26,000 or less. What it is combined weight. You know all this. You've been through the CDL before.
Yep.
Most people don't realize that when they're running their own business, when they're pulling these trailers with the Bobcats and stuff on them.
That's CDL.
You're in CDL territory. End of story. To be legit, you're in CDL territory.
So
you may be able to drive them is better than somebody with a brand new CDL. Doesn't matter. You know, if you're not properly licensed, that's all going to come out in a lawsuit if you're involved in the accident.
And when you think about an accident, certain stuff like that can deny coverage. Oh, you're in a CDL rig. You're in a 26,001 freaking truck.
Yep.
And
you're not licensed. Well,
you got a regular license. Driver. It's like, man. So this lady causes an accident. She hits you pretty much, or causes me to hit her by just jumping in front of me with her car. And then all of a sudden, I'm in trouble because I freaking didn't have the right CDL license. And even with the insurance, I can say, hey, make sure I have insurance. Bro, if I don't have the license, the insurance
you're not going to get the insurance.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you do get the insurance, you're getting it under what's called false pretenses, and they're going to deny the coverage.
Right. Maybe they'll fix her up, but maybe they freaking don't fix my car for me.
Correct. And that's what the insurance companies do. They love to collect the premium, but they hate paying the claim. And any way they can get out of paying the claim, they will.
And that was $30,000 in damage.
Yeah. And that all could have been on you.
It all could have been on me. And that trailer, that $10,000 lesson, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it wasn't too bad.
No. Like I said, in the grand scheme of things, it's a cheap lesson in learning how to do it the right way. But that is 1,000% true story when it comes to making sure that you got everything done legit instead of trying to, half-ass it and nurse yourself along and I'll do it later. Well, the problem is it's high-stakes gambling.
Oh, my friends were like, why are you freaking getting this CDL? We're all riding without it. No one's going to catch you. I was like, you know what, man? The way I've been feeling after this trailer, I don't want to take no more chances.
No, and it opens up so many more doors with it, too, because, frankly, if you got a CDLA right now, I could go out today and find some sort of work doing something with it. And like I say, it's come in handy for plowing in the winter for the state and the counties, because that's a requirement before you even apply. They want the county wants the minimum of a CDLB with tanker, but the state wants you to CDLA with tanker.
Yeah, so
and the tanker endorsement's a very easy endorsement to get. It's a written test. Like 15, 20 questions, and it's pretty easy. It costs you, like in here in Illinois, it costs you like $20 to get the extra endorsement, take the test and pass it.
Yeah, that's how it is. License. That's how it is here too.
Yep. So once you got the A, there's just so much more you can do with it, and you're never worried about, well, okay, gosh, I want to get to this other truck, but man, it's that air
I can't
brake,
afford it.
Get a license. Yeah. But now you're set to go. You can do whatever you want, and
I want to be able to drive anything.
Yep.
I just wanted freedom to just drive anything.
Yeah, I've got everything, all the endorsements except school bus. School bus is the only endorsement I got, and I can't do a motorcycle. I don't have the M class. Outside of that, I got hazmat, tanker.
Now hazmat, that's a hard to get.
It is. It's a hard one to get. Again, I've never used my hazmat, but I want it and never need it. Need it, not have it, have to go get it.
Yeah. And they've probably made that much harder now. Like they were talking about it. Now you got to do an ID, a background check, and all kind of crazy stuff.
It cost you $90. It cost me $90 every renewal to pass the background check, and And on top of the actual written, because you, at least in Illinois, you can't even take the hazmat written test at the DMV unless you get the background check from the TSA, and you're good to go.
Yeah, that's one. All I got was the A, and
yeah, I got my doubles, triples, never used it. I got the tankers come, I've used it at the state and the county. And on movie work, we have water trucks, 1,000-gallon water trucks, so it's come in handy there. Driving the bigger water trucks, because not everybody has that endorsement. You need to have it,
well,
even if they're empty.
You could drive a fuel tanker.
Yep, I can drive a fuel tanker if I have to. Mm-hmm. But our fuel truck, same thing. Come in handy. The passenger endorsement I've used a couple of times for charter buses and stuff from time to time, hauling extra. Again, rather have them and never need them than need them and not have them.
This guy, he just told me to put 2 tons on this property. It's a freaking postage stamp. What's he saying?
That's a lot of salt. It'll be extra crispy underfoot.
Yeah. Let me make sure.
That's a ton of salt for not a whole lot of snow to burn it off.
He said he's gonna pull up here at some point, which is
yeah, but once it's on the ground, it's too late.
I know.
Can't tell you to pick it up.
I was thinking like, dang.
But hey, if he's paying the bill and wants it on there, throw it on. Why not?
Hold on 1 second. He's calling. I'm gonna see what he's saying.
All right.
What up, homie?
Hey, which side of the Gibson are you on? The east or the west side?
There's 2 sides.
It's 2 sides, right across the street from each other. Yeah.
Oh.
If you're in the small one with just a little front and a little alley in the back, it's also that huge building across the street.
Okay, so I just did the one small one. I'm like, damn, dude, 2 tons.
No, it's that big ass parking lot across the street too.
Okay, so
it shouldn't be too bad because I plowed it yesterday or 2 days ago. It should be horrible.
okay, so let me stop nuking this. I'm starting the process of getting the nuke ready to. I'm like, let me double check. Like, there's no way that I'm getting 2 tons on this one.
Yeah, it's that big ass one across the street too.
Where you at?
I'm fucking stuck down at Grosse Pointe. One of my guys' plows fucked up, so he's not here to help him real quick.
Oh, okay. You need another truck?
No, he's good. The pin was bent, so I bent it back. I'm gonna solve this one lot off down here, and I'm gonna be you.
All right. Okay, so I'm looking at across the street. What the fuck? Which one? Is it? One says DC, one says AC.
No, it's that giant one. It's got three flags out in front of it.
3 flags. Oh, I see the sign. I don't see a flag. I see all your markers, and then it's a big. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. All right, I'll catch you a little bit.
Do you want me just to hit it with salt? You look like you plowed it, maybe.
I plowed it a couple days ago, but touch it up. They're picky as fuck over there, so I want to make sure it's real nice.
Okay.
So if you gotta plow it. I don't care. I'll bill them. I don't care.
Okay. I'll plow it.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah, good thing I checked. There was another lot across the street.
Okay, perfect.
So that makes more sense. It's a pretty big.
Yeah, exactly.
He would have been
Always
like,
good to
"What
get
are you
started."
doing?"
Yeah, exactly. We turned this into a gravel lot.
Oh
We
man.
called that making it extra crispy.
Yeah, they would have been mad.
Oh, no doubt about it, because it's just tracking the shit inside their facility, and it's never good to oversalt, especially on the sidewalks, because that's the worst when you get a sidewalk crew and they're salting the crap out of the sidewalk, and then you get the calls later. I got all this stuff inside my building. Who's going to come clean it up and all that jazz?
Yeah. So I mean, I would like to work for the city, like driving a big truck, but then I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Like, how good is the money doing that?
I can tell you this in Illinois. So they have a couple of things. Like where I work, they were called seasonal snowbirds, full time. So if it wasn't snowing, you were out patching potholes, still work 40 hours a week with general stuff. The snow was icing on the cake. Whenever it snowed, that was all overtime for the most part.
Oh.
Unless you're, so that it was pretty good. Like for the state, I believe it's like $4,600 a month. That's just your base salary. Then of course all the overtime that goes with that, with the snow come in, is on top of that. They paid you every 2 weeks. Same thing with the county. County was a base salary, a little bit less than the state. Same kind of setup. So if there was snow call-outs, that was all overtime. On top of that, 4,000 or 4,500, whatever the number is. I can't remember specifically now, but it's right around that ballpark. So it works out.
So they were getting 4,500 a month, guaranteed.
Correct.
I would be so sick every time it snowed. I'd be like,
well, you gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful because, like anything else, that's the reason they're hiring you. It's for the extra bodies to put in the trucks to cover the routes. And if you, especially your first year snowbirding, you do that more than once, you're never working for them again. You ain't gonna be back.
Oh yeah.
I loved it when it snowed because that was just all extra money on top of the.
But you weren't a snowbird.
I was a snowbird. I was a seasonal winter salary.
Oh, you were the snowbird, but you weren't. You didn't have to be there patching the roads.
I did all that.
Oh, you did everything.
We did everything. Patching the roads in the winter, the potholes, the trimming the trees and the dead brush, and running them through chippers. That you did all that stuff. Garbage picking when it wasn't snowing.
So that's going to be a regular. That's going to be a regular gig, like a regular job.
That's your You typically that you work. You go in at like, I think our hours for the county were like 6:30 in the morning till 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. And then anything either before or after that was overtime. And the only time you'd be working before or after those set hours was if it was actually snowing.
Yeah, so, I mean...
But now, here's the thing. Now, when it's snowing, all that other work is expensive because obviously you're out plowing the snow. So once you get a storm or a snow to blow through, you run your plow shift until everything is cleaned up and the roads were dry and, all the stuff had been pushed back off, the drifts and that were winged back. Then you go back to patching potholes, do whatever.
Well, it's not bad for the CDL guy.
No.
Because then
you have to be out there flagging and all that other stuff. You're doing traffic control, all that stuff.
You're not getting killed though. If you're the CDL
no,
guy.
You're not getting killed. You're not getting killed. Absolutely not. It's the Monday through Friday mundane stuff but it's like working for any government agency. It's just there's a lot of dragging your feet to not do a whole lot. And it's the whole government worker mentality. But the full-timers that are there year-round. Because I'm there to work. And they, of course, are there to get by with as little work as possible. And, so there's always that pressure of, you're making us all look bad. Well, yeah, because I'm here to actually work and just think of how far our tax dollars would go if everybody had the same mentality. So there's that kind of stuff that goes on. I personally don't like the Monday through Friday stuff. It's good because the money is going to be there and you're going to get it. You're getting a 40-hour check. And like I say, when you break it down hourly, it works out to about between 26 and 28 bucks an hour.
26 to 28, that's good.
Yeah, it's pretty decent, but no benefits. There's no health insurance. None of that goes with it. There's none of that. It's just a straight. It's a money thing. Now, I work enough hours at my other job where I have health insurance based on a 12-month calendar versus what our employer pays in. So my insurance is usually good year-round because I work enough when I do work during the year. So I'm not too worried about that stuff. But, for 26 to 28 bucks an hour, and like I say, then your overtime, and of course, working for a government or a city or a municipality or a state entity, you're getting all the holidays. So, the President's Day, the MLK Day, Christmas Day, New Year's Day. So if it actually snows on those days, you're getting essentially triple time on those days. So you're getting the holiday pay plus double time for on those holidays.
Now, what if it's snowing this Christmas?
You're out plowing and you're making triple. So figure whatever, figure 30 bucks an hour triple time. You're running $80 to $90 an hour plowing snow on Christmas.
Ooh. That ain't bad at all.
It's not bad. So you're always rooting for those days
You're
on
rooting
holidays
for 'em.
to snow. It's bad because you can't do nothing. Now your hands are tied because you got to be there and you got to respond to a call out within, like, for the state and the county both. You get to report within 45 minutes of being called.
I'd be like, you guys never called me. Something wrong with your phone.
Oh, they got to cover it. You got to give them two numbers. They can't get you on the primary number to get a secondary number to call you on. If you don't have a secondary number, well, no good. You know, so usually I give the wife's number and that's the secondary number. So for whatever reason, I overslept the call on my phone. She always gets the call, and you know, it worked out that way. But I rarely ever oversleep. It's very rare that I've ever overslept the call.
I overslept today. Not a call. I just overslept in general when like I had to do snow, and it was on Christmas Eve we went out, and I told all the people, all the guys and girls, that we were going out at I want to say like 3 a.m.
And you were still racked out cold.
Oh my
What
goodness!
are we doing?
Never, ever, ever. Keep in mind, I'm still beating COVID. Like
Yep.
I've beaten it. I'm over it and stuff. But I don't know. My energy is not back all the way yet, and I was still coughing and stuff a little. Like I was testing negative, of course. Like I would never not test negative, but I'm testing negative. And I'm still weak though. I'm not 100% strong like how I was.
Yeah.
So
yeah. See, when you're doing it for a government entity like that, they want you there. Now, I don't know about in COVID times if they really want you there now if you're sick or not. But you know, back in the day before all this stuff was, you better be either dead or in the hospital to call in sick.
well, this COVID, this round of COVID was, see, like being sick's one thing, but this round of COVID really knocked me down. Like I was on the couch for a couple of days, 2 days. I didn't get off the couch. I could have, but I'm thinking like, oh my goodness, it's gonna snow, and I want to save myself for the snow. So,
yep.
But I can tell you, I wasn't 100%. Still, like this is the first day that I'm feeling kind of okay, and somewhat back to being 100%. But I woke up late, and what happened is the guys were showing up, and I was still asleep. So I wasn't really late. I just walked outside with whatever.
Right.
Just threw something on, walked outside. But I wear contacts and my vision's terrible. My vision's real bad. So I went out there without the contacts, and I'm looking at people all close and stuff. Like, people are like, what is going on with him? I'm looking at these people like in their face. I'm like straight up getting in everybody's face. Just what's going on with the guy? So
that's funny.
I just pretended, I faked it, and then I got him all going in the truck, and then I freaking got in the shower.
Right.
It got done
Well,
up.
you can get away with that. See, that's the advantage to your setup where you're plowing for somebody. There's pros and cons to both setups. Whether you're working for the state or the government, the downside is you're never going anywhere in the winter. You're not going to Florida for a week. You're not doing any of that stuff because that's part of your gig. You sign up for it, and they say, okay, we own you from basically December 1st to a minimum of March 1st. They want the commitment.
Well, that commitments, I can't go nowhere for sure. I can't travel.
Right. So if you want to go, like for me, the only vacation time I get is unpaid. It's no more off work. I can't take time off. I don't like it. I never said no to my primary employer. Very rarely have ever said no. I can't do that because you just, hey, it's next new man up, and if the other guy does a better job than you, well, guess what? You just lost your spot. So there's that kind of pressure that goes into it. So like in the wintertime, we usually like to go someplace warm for at least a week in the winter to get us out of the weather. And when you're working for the state or the county or the city or whatever the case may be, your luxury's gone because that's part of your contract, as it were, when you hire on with them. It's like, hey, you're available 24/7. If it snows, we call. We want you here. End of story.
Yeah.
And you can try and time the weather and all that other stuff, but I can guarantee you, every time somebody tries to do that, is the time you get that out of the blue, nobody saw it coming, snow, and now you gotta explain it to them. Or you just simply, they'll keep you for the remainder of that year, and the next year when you apply to be the snowbird, nope, they move on to the next guy because they know what they're getting. So there's that part of the equation too. And like I say, on Christmas, New Year's, whatever the holiday is, too bad. It's snowing, you're working. End of story. But you're also getting paid pretty good to be out there too. So there's the plus to it. But you certainly aren't going to be around for the Christmas dinner if it's snowing out on Christmas Day. You just aren't. The only time you're going to be home is when you're not on your scheduled shift, and that could be 7 at night till 7 in the morning. You could be gone from 7 in the morning till 7 at night, or whatever the case is.
The beauty of my setup now is I straight up told people, like, when it snows, if it's Christmas, you gotta wait and expect some delays.
Yeah, okay, that's great. That's the pro to your setup. The con is you're not getting anything extra to plow on Christmas Day. You're still getting whatever rate your guy's paying you, and that's it. But you have that flexibility, which is good. So that's the pro in that column. The con is that when it ain't snowing, you ain't making any money. With the state, even if it ain't snowing and you're on as a seasonal snowbird salary, you're doing something and you're making some money during the winter months. It may not be what you'd make during the summer, but it's enough that it's better than unemployment, and it's something to keep you busy, keep you occupied. And you got some steady daytime hours, and it's not taxing from the workload aspect. It's just taxing from the mental aspect because of the way they work in a government agency. And you know what I'm talking about, the whole drag your feet, the whole...
Yeah, if you're a go-getter, that's not a good spot.
Yeah, it's not, because you're always going to be stuck with a handful of guys that are just going to want to drag the feet, take the long way, and, to get to wherever you're working, and just park and sit for 5 minutes when you don't have to. Just that stuff, just to bleed the day to not do more work. Now, when it's 20 below, I mean, it is kind of nice because for the most part, they don't want you out there getting frostbite anyway. So there is that, but it's still hell being trapped 8 hours in a truck with 3 other people all day doing nothing but sitting in the truck looking for large debris on the side of the road to pick up and throw in. I mean, there's only so much stuff you're ever going to pick up in a day, and you can usually have that done within an hour. Well, now you got 7 hours to kill. But so it's just, you just got to weigh it out. It's what's most important to you. Is the guaranteed income most important? Yeah, that's probably the way to go. If flexibility is more your cup of tea, then what you're doing is perfectly fine.
Well, I still have contracts and stuff that I have to uphold. For me to be hourly, it's just extra work.
Right, exactly.
Nice.
So
well, it's a way for me to get out and see some bigger accounts.
Yep.
Really, that's what it is.
Yeah, and exactly. And it's I've always said, if you're going to plow privately, the way you're doing it is the way I would do it, because you're subcontracted. You don't have the headaches of answering the phone about complaints for the most part. And you know what? If you break down, well, hey, you break down. There ain't nothing you can do about that. But when you're the primary contractor, the general on it, well, yeah, you got to answer for all that. You got to answer why the lot's not plowed. You got to answer for all that stuff. So I think if I ever did it and put a plow on my Super Duty, I would subcontract for somebody.
Yeah, like that's not a bad move either, just to subcontract for some extra work. Maybe you don't.
Correct.
Maybe it's not going to get you through like the winter as like my only gig. That's going to be tough as a subcontractor.
Correct.
Because you might get $100 an hour, but if it don't snow,
but it's only when it snows.
Yeah.
If it don't snow, you're SOL. Now you're sitting there and no money coming in and there's no work, and you're just sitting doing nothing, making nothing.
I did that one year. It was horrible. I wasn't necessarily subcontracting, but all my stuff was paid per push. Like houses, lots, everything. I had nothing guaranteed. And I quit Ford that year. This was like in 16. In 2016.
I already know where his story's going.
I quit going in. Like I just didn't go back one day.
Yeah.
And
I don't blame you. I couldn't do factory assembly line work. I did factory work as a young lad, and I hated every minute of it.
Oh, I hated it.
Yeah, it's a drag. I don't care what they pay you in those plants. It's just you're selling your soul.
Yeah, it's so monotonous.
It's just yeah. It's never been my cup of tea. I'd much rather be outside doing my own thing.
I used to really hate it. Nowadays, it's not a problem. Like if I had to go work at Ford right now in the line, I can do it, but then again, the problem that I have working on the line right now is you really have to put your brain and your mindset into that place.
Mm-hmm.
So, like running a business and plowing snow and doing all what I'm doing now, it wires your brain in such a way where that don't work. That don't make sense.
Correct. Exactly. Yep. It's an entirely different mentality when you sign the front of the check versus the back.
Now your mind is hyper. You know, it's hard to calm it down and just be on an assembly line.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Certain people are cut out to do it. I'm just not one of those people. The security aspect of it, the pension and insurance, is very attractive. But what you have to give to achieve that from a personal life quality aspect and day-to-day quality of life, to me, it is not worth it. I'd rather be broke doing my own thing than going that way.
And that's why I stopped working on cars, because back in the day when I started at Ford, when I got into Ford, I was going to school for automotive repair, and I was just working on cars constantly. That was my thing. I was always working on a car. And I've just felt like, hey, I got this great opportunity at Ford. I'm making good money. Well, I'm not working on cars no more, because I would still do like an engine swap and stuff on the weekends and everything, but I would feel so much more anxiety because I would take my mind to that place. Like, oh, you're gonna do an engine swap and you're gonna be working on this thing for a day, a full day, and what you do at Ford only takes 1 minute.
Correct.
So unless I stop doing this, I'm only stressing myself out, because mentally it just doesn't work.
Yep.
I'm not transitioning mentally back to this assembly line if I keep going to doing that. So that's why I went into landscaping on the side instead of, I used to work on cars on the side. I stopped doing that because at least landscaping was somewhere in the middle. Somewhere kind of still monotonous, but not really. And I couldn't,
Right.
I didn't have my mind going to such a complicated technical space and then going back to, so like you're just staring at the clock and you're just having all this anxiety. So
yeah, I understand that. That's definitely, it's hard for those transitions, especially when it's a Monday through Friday thing. And the other, you want to put it in the pros, checklist, the pros, is that when you punch in and punch out, you're only worrying about it at times on the clock. But when you're doing this other stuff, well, yeah, it never leaves you until the job's done, because you're on the hook.
yeah, that's true. That is 100%
Yeah, but
true.
it sounds like you got a decent little thing now where you're helping Aaron out on Saturdays and stuff. That gets you back into the mix a little bit.
That
That's a nice little
I do it because it's
thing.
fun. Literally, that's the only reason.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's just a lot of fun.
Well, and it makes a big difference too. If you're having a good time doing it, then it really. I mean, the extra money is nice, but you're there primarily because it is fun and it is entertaining, and you know, it's the whole friendship thing. It's all of that stuff that you don't typically get. And let's face it, the worst you can do is mess something up so bad that Aaron's got to fix it. And the great thing about him is that there ain't too much you can mess up that he can be able to bail you out of.
That's been the interesting part. It's like, how many things can go wrong? How many things actually can go wrong, and it not really necessarily being anybody's fault, but
Yeah, it just happens. The shit happens factor. Absolutely. And that's the thing. I mean, Aaron and all these guys, and you guys make it look so easy at the videos, but there ain't nothing easy about it. All that stuff is just by trial and error and going through hell when shit does go wrong. That you learn how to deal with it and figure it out. And that just, the only way you get that experience is by having it happen and going through it, which going through it is no fun, much like your whole trailer film experience. None of that was no fun, but it got you where you need to be. And that's what I say, when you look at these videos and you see it, and these guys make it look so easy, and none of that stuff is ever truly that easy, just because they're skilled, they've got the experience. If you don't have that experience level, there's nothing about any of that stuff that proves that easy.
Yeah, like
Not saying it's not doable for the average person to figure out as you do, but you're certainly not going to you're not going to go as flawlessly as Aaron makes it look in the video to go through, or any of you guys that make going through it. It just doesn't happen.
we're gonna have to nuke this place. He was saying scrape it anyway, but this is so dry. I'm like, man, this is just a nightmare.
Yeah, that's tough because you're beating up your gear on something that's really not.
It's gonna get nuked.
That's the other.
That is
Yep.
what it is.
Yeah. Correct.
Meaning we're gonna salt it heavily.
Yep. I knew exactly what you were talking about. Blast it with some salt. Wait for the sun to do its magic.
Yeah. This little spot I can maybe do.
Well, heck, you must be geared up for a nice little nap when all this is said and done. How much longer you got left to go, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know what my buddy's got going. He's got a ton of trucks I say a ton. He's got like 5 trucks. He's still small, but when you got 5, 6 trucks all lined up, it's pretty impressive. And he's got a ton of accounts. So, like you were saying, the beauty of being a subcontractor, I could text him right now and be like, "Hey, I'm done. I'm going home."
Yeah, I got a doctor, whatever the
Which
reason.
wouldn't be the right thing to do. That wouldn't be right. That'd be
no. You stick around because that's exactly why the guy's got you on.
yeah.
Obviously, there's a level of trust there that he knows he can count on you, and you got to weigh that stuff out. And that's why it's hard to find good subcontractors here in general too, because you run into people. It's like, okay, that's all I want to do. Well, that's well and good, but the job's not done.
Well, what happens is when you subcontract in the snow business for these other companies, I have been burned quite a few times working for these other companies. They don't want to pay good hourly rates. The first time I ever subcontracted, the company was undercutting me so bad, and I told them when I signed up for the contract, I told them, like, honestly, guys, these numbers are not that good. Just looking at this, not knowing, I feel these numbers are not that good. And I'm newer, I don't know, and I am a newer contractor here, but I just don't feel like these are, really competitive rates. And what I end up doing is saying, like, hey, I'll work with you this year just to get my feet in the door, and I'll show you my level of work. And maybe, because this is like the biggest company in the area, this company,
Right.
biggest company in the area, so you're thinking they're big players and all that. I worked the whole season. It was a hard year, tough, lot of weird hard snowfalls, big snowfalls that came at weird times, like November. It's a freaking massive record-breaking snowfall, and I take care of business. I take care of all the accounts that I have and all that. Well, they started complaining because all the work that I do, it's all billed with a card on file, automatic, after I service the property.
Yep.
But being a subcontractor, they're like wanting to write a check or something or whatever. No, they wanted to put a card on file too. They put a card on file. But whenever the bill came due, I went ahead and billed them. And I get a call from the guy saying, hey, I noticed that you billed me on my card automatically. And I was like, yeah, because it's automatic billing. After 24 hours it's due. And he was like, we don't want to be on that. We want to initiate every payment. And I'm like, that's fine, okay. But you're paying me late.
Right, because they're not going to pay in time, so they want you to act as the bank too.
It seemed as if that was the case.
Yep,
Sure.
Yep, yeah, that's true. Because then that's the downside of being the general. You may have a 30-day net on the account, and pay your guy done.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to float that money, and it's up to you to get the money out of the customer, not the subcontractor.
Not me, and I was just paid late every time. So I sat there and waited, and got paid late and later and later and later, and then at the end of the season, I never got all the money, and I had to go back and forth, and had to say, hey, where's the rest of this money? It was like $700. It wasn't even that much money.
Yeah.
And
But still, it's $700.
yeah, and I had to go through and do a whole fact finding and print off all the text messages and print everything off and prove to them. I had to do all this paperwork and stuff, and the account manager there.
And here's the thing with that. They know clear as day.
Oh, but they didn't. The account manager was messing everything up. Because I asked for
I'm sure they were, but I mean, they know, but they play the game. That's the whole game thing. Show us the text, show us this, show us that. They're buying time, to extend their credit, more or less, that they're granting, that you're granting them in the payment.
The crazy thing is, they didn't have good records. The woman showed me their records, and I was like, these aren't even records of this has nothing to do with like our two companies. You just sent me a bunch of random numbers. Like, this makes no sense. And I texted the owner. I was like, that woman is stealing from you.
Right.
I was like, that woman is stealing money. This makes no sense. And he was like, it was the weirdest thing. When dealing with one of these big companies, the way that they talk was so odd. They talking in another language. They're not saying, "Hey, Sean, how are you? Hey, buddy, how are you?" They're using like a lingo of big company talk, like talking about their image and their vision and their
the mission statement,
all that stuff. I'm like, bro, you didn't even pay me on time. So they were cool and they did pay me and stuff. They were cool after I've had to prove it. But then when it came to time for me to work for them again, I said, first of all, I want a raise. Like, dude, they said no. This is right before COVID and then right after COVID. These people were trying to pay the same money after COVID that they were paying before. And it wasn't even a lot of money. It was not, like, it would cost more money for them to hire a guy to put in a truck.
Yeah, that really comes down to a case-by-case basis, is my opinion on that. But then again, not all companies do it. If you are not necessarily a person, you're a means to an end, and they have a business model, what they figure is the max they can pay, and they don't put any value on reliable, doesn't do a good job, none of that stuff. It's all a numbers game. They have a certain.
I think they were just running a scam, to be honest.
Yeah, there's no doubt, because here's what happens. They bill their client. They probably give them 30 days on the invoice whenever they pay it. Well, yeah, they may bill out for a storm, but they're not getting the money for 30 days. Now, if they pay everybody they're on the hook for that money. Right, wrong, or indifferent. They're trying to sell you with that same sort of term. Say, we'll get paid when we get paid. You'll get paid when we get paid.
Well,
that's how we sign up for.
These people. This is how crazy this company is. They reached out to me this year, and they wanted, looking for subcontractors again and stuff. And I told them, I was like, first of all, show me what you are offering me, and I'll think about it.
Right.
These people told me that they cannot show me what they're offering.
Yeah, well, okay.
Until I signed.
See you later. I move on.
Yeah, until I signed up for the contract. They sent me a whole contract to sign up, and then they told me the contract said that I'm liable for paying them back if I don't deliver on the contract, or if I'm late, then I have to pay them back for the value of the contract and all this crazy. I said, why would I sign this? I go, bro, you got to come up with something that's not this. Like, I can't sign off saying I'm going to pay you if I don't deliver the
contract. That's
contract.
like getting something done on your truck, and they say, well, we'll tell you what the repair is after we do it.
Right, and the problem with that is, like, sometimes that happens, That's not the goal, but sometimes you think it's something, and sometimes it's just complicated. And
there's extenuating circumstances here and there, but by and large, they know what they're billing the customer. They certainly didn't go to the customer But there's no way a customer would ever sign a contract
No,
like that.
you know
on
what
any
it's like?
product.
It's like saying, hey, I'll fix your car, but if I don't get it right the first time, I'll keep paying for it. I'll pay for it until I figure it out. It's on me. Like nobody would sign up for that. Nobody would say, let me pay you. Give me 1 hour to figure it out, or I'm paying you. That's like gambling. Why would you?
Yeah, I just don't see how anybody would ever sign a contract without knowing what the rates are and what the terms are. If you can't tell me, give me a hard number, then forget it. I'll move on.
Exactly. That's what ended up happening. I was like, I honestly didn't even want to work for them. I was just curious about like what they were offering after having such a
and so from their end, I can see why they may do that, because they don't want to give out trade secrets, especially if you're trying to go off into your own world. And that's where all these people out come in. At least the one commercial outfit I did, they had if you quit, you couldn't work in the industry for a year, which those are so hard to enforce. That it's funny, but that's neither here nor there. But what they ran into is that everybody would file for them, and they would go and steal the account next winter and undercut them, and with a one truck outfit for all the overhead they had. They had multiple accounts and the hourly rate you needed to charge. For the seasonal rate, because the outfit I work for did a tax. We have seasonal contracts, and they got paid whether you know it or not. Usually those are the zero tolerance outfits, and they would have caps on it. If it snowed more than 40 inches, the seasonal rate was timing material after 40 inches of snow and blah, 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 that kind of thing. But, so they ran into that. So I could see at some point why they maybe want to hide that information, but still not fair to the subcontractor. I mean, you can't go work for somebody not going to want what you're getting paid, because if it doesn't cover the wear and tear on your truck, you're better off leaving the truck parked.
Well, that company is always thinking like that because they know that they're so shady. So they're always thinking, oh, he's gonna come and steal my accounts. Like, bro, no, I'm not. If you weren't burning everybody, and people wouldn't be doing that kind of stuff to you.
Correct.
They had a thing saying they wanted to say like, you can't hire anyone that's ever worked for us. You can't ever work in this town. Shit like that's on the contract. Like, what? What do you mean I can't work in this town? You'll never work in this town.
The great thing about those no competes is that my lawyer friend said those are almost impossible to enforce, because you can't prevent somebody from earning a living.
Oh yeah.
But they put them in there to it's a good spirit tag.
It's a deterrent for sure.
Yeah, it's a deterrent, exactly. That's all. It's more or less all it is. They actually enforce it entirely different thing.
Right. You're not going to enforce making the subcontractor pay you for a freaking contract that, bro, I'm the subcontractor. How am I going to pay you?
Yeah.
What?
I'll pay you just negligently not showing up and not doing what you said you would do in the contract as far as being there on time and clearing it. I mean, if it's snowing 3 inches an hour, you're doing the best you can. There's no leg,
yeah, but no, you can
can
fire me, but why would you? It's not that kind of a deal. It's not that big of a. I mean, how much money you paying? You want me to gamble and have to pay you? What if I overslept?
Yeah, right.
Or what if I whatever? Something. What if I had a heart attack? Sir, Sean, I know you're in the hospital right now with this heart attack, but you owe us like 30 grand.
Yeah, $3,000 for their baby nest.
But they don't even pay you that much, so why would I even, like...
Correct. Yeah, it's just them to cover them on any basis so that they have minimal exposure to anything they get sued on for failure. I guarantee their customers don't have that language built into their deal. Say, listen, you don't plow the snow when you say you're going to plow it. You got to figure out how to get it plowed. We're going to bill you back the difference. So that they just, it's just a pass-through. They try and pass it on for you too, to try and get you to saddle up for some of that liability as well. It's not right, but it's business, and that's what it's down to. But I'm not saying it's good business, but that's all.
The stones on some people. If I'm running around here acting like that and talking like that and making people sign contract like that, at least 2 things. I better have a good offer, and I better actually do my part too. Like
Correct,
nobody's
yeah.
ever gonna say, "Oh, Sean didn't pay me on time."
And I could see that in a first-year contract, maybe, because you don't know what you're getting when you're signing up somebody. You don't know. You're just taking a face value and going to do what they say. And you got to have some kind of recourse if they run it, because the subcontractor drops the ball. But if you work for them for a year and they know, yeah, that language is a little over the top, in my opinion. But this is exactly why I'm no longer doing that stuff if I can avoid it.
Aha.
It's just not worth it to tear up the truck, and that's why.
Oh, it's worth it now. It's worth it now. The trucks are strong now. Like, man, you ain't tearing. I mean,
no, but still, plowing is hardware and tear on.
It's not gonna be pretty like how yours is like mint.
Right.
No, it's not gonna be like that.
No, but you're still, it's hard on the trans. You're all that stuff. It's just you're putting that's a lot of wear and tear.
There's nothing funner. There's nothing funner than being with your truck in this type of way.
No, there certainly isn't. But I'd rather haul RV out of Indiana with my pickup than I would plow and snow with it. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I'd rather be on the road pulling them at full RPM and under load instead of they're under heavy load and they're backing up. Under heavy load, backing up at relatively low RPM.
So, hey, I just made a discovery, though. I'm up here trying to plow this lot, and it's so sloppy, I can't scrape it because the blade keeps skipping all over the place. So I put the truck in reverse, freaking backdrag thing. Yep. It's actually working.
Back drag is good. But you ever see those back draggers that get mounted on the tailgate? I know a lot of the guys in the driveways around here do that, where they back up right to the garage door, drop that blade, back drag out, and push it on the road.
Yeah.
I always thought those setups are too cool. I've never actually used one, but I've seen them around. I know one guy around by me uses those exclusively because that's all he does is pretty much driveway and some parts.
I hear they're really nice.
Yeah, and they seem to do a decent job. Now, I don't know how they perform in the real big snows like the 12, 18-inch snowfalls, but I imagine if you stayed on top of it a couple passes a night on some of the heavy snow, you'd be just fine. But I've always thought about those.
They take those ones. They take the truck to the limit.
Yeah, exactly.
Because now
you couldn't hit that setup if you're running salsa either, because that back drag blade and the buffer's probably going to get a little bit of a scratch.
Yeah, you need a different salt truck altogether. Now for big lots, you were saying driveways. Yeah, that's cool too. But like a big lot where you can put it in reverse and you can scoop.
No, what you're doing is just fine. Exactly. That Morton device doing the old back drag with the blade.
Yeah. So yeah, this has been pretty slick. Putting it in, back dragging it to throw the water out, or slop, or whatever is here.
Yeah. Now the beauty is that if you brine that up with a little bit of salt, now you got an instant brine with the melt that's already the slop that you're putting down, and the actual pellets have a chance to brine out in that liquid, and makes for a nice melt off later on.
Oh yeah.
Because that's half the battle too, especially in the dry snow. You don't get that flush brine stuff out. It's so dry.
Let's see. Tom, what up, Tom? Reeling, my man. There's a Power Stroke Tech Talk. Haha, pretty cool. I haven't looked at that in a while. I've been live for 3 hours and 36 minutes.
Oh, it's nice. I haven't checked the comments either. Like I said, I've been mostly sticking on the phone, the iPads in the house. Haven't really checked out to see who's been on, who's been commenting. But as always, a good conversation. Yes, I love talking. I'm not in it much anymore, but I've been in it enough to know exactly what goes on, and I feel your pain.
Yeah, I mean, you learn something new every day.
Oh yeah, there's always something that goes on. Like I say, there is an art to it. It doesn't look like it from the outside, but there really is. To do it right, to do it efficiently and good. There certainly is a little bit of an art from it.
Yeah, I mean, this whole back dragging technique is gonna kind of suck to do, like, because I'm windrowing backwards. That's kind of the trick that I just use.
Yeah, but here's the good news. If you get a good windrow built up, then you can maybe go forward with it and have enough to actually get a good effective foot forward and knock the windrows down and start from scratch again on your next set.
Maybe.
Well, BS, I'm gonna excuse myself and let's get back to doing what you're doing. Keep going on my day here, but as always, I appreciate you having me on. Nice talking with you, and I'll catch up with you guys later this week.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for coming.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. So I couldn't scrape this. Mike was saying these people want this lot perfect. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to go backwards. We'll see. So that looks kind of clean. It can't scrape it forward. Just can't scrape it driving forward because it's too dry. But if I go backwards, I can. All right, here we go. Gotta make sure I don't hit that pole. Haha, it's kind of nice. I mean, look how good that looks. That looks freaking clean. And I can't do that going forward. It's just too dry and skippy for me to do that going forward. Krauser's saying salted. Yeah, that probably would do it. But apparently these people are really picky and they want it all extra. Apparently, I don't know. But I don't know if that's coming through. I don't know if that's showing up how different it looks. It's 19 degrees. I wish it always scraped this good. this is a high pressure aerospace type of place. There's that pole. Stop here because there's a pole. There it is. All right, well that's about that. I think that's good enough. This stuff's hard to deal with. And I'll clean this a little bit up. Might want to be in reverse. back dragging the whole property to get there, though. Holy smokes. So, there's the back drag and there's the other end that's not back drag. Kind of like how that turned out, to be honest. How could I do this side? I guess I could pull up in here like this, because it works so much better. Do that. Guess I'll keep doing that. I mean, once Mike gets here, maybe he'll be telling me not to. But until then, it does seem to make the property look nice. So that's what we're gonna do. that one had to get a little bit nuked because hey, we got 6 people in here. Who's all in here? Leave a comment and I will read it. Maybe somebody can jump on here with me. We had Crowster on here earlier. We had Jonathan on here. So if you want to jump on, let me know. I'll shoot you an email, or I'll give you my email. Shoot me your number, and you can jump on here. We can have a conversation. So, all right. So what I basically have been doing here is back dragging the entire property because this client wants everything absolutely perfect. So this whole area out here, let's see here what we got here. Oh, what up, Crowster? Still here? This whole area, I literally back drag this whole area. This area over here, I just salted. So we'll see the difference. Back here is just salted and it's just sloppy looking. Ugh. But over here we'll need a lot less salt because I literally went through the trouble of dragging backwards this whole area. So I'm salting this now. And we'll go on the other side of this pole. So yeah, it probably could have just got salted in general because I do not think they are open right now. So I could have just salted this thing and just kept it moving. But track this thing. But no, I literally backtracked the whole thing because this customer has been very, 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 very picky, and they want this lot. Well, they say they want it wet, so we can put just tons and tons of salt on it and make it wet. That's what they want. But this is actually gonna be salty and dry because of all of the salt that is on it. So this should be nice. So this area right here is how it all looked before. It's so dry and sloppy and I can't really plow it. So I mean, how much salt can you really use and get the end result that you want? So I'm gonna clear this area out here and then I'm gonna clear that area over there, and the way I've been clearing them is I've been backtracking because it's too wet to go forward. So this little piece here. guess it's all right. That little bit there. want to send a little message over to my homie. Not this one's done. Alright. It's over. Alright, big bro. Check it out. I had to like drag all the slop out of here in order to make it look like this. In order to do that, I back dragged the whole lot. Had to go backwards because it was so dry and sloppy that it was not letting me plow. So I back dragged it over here though. I just salted back here. So it looks alright. What do you tell me? What do you think? I'll go to the other side now. But yeah, this looks excellent over here. Oh, I think I showed that here in the front. Pretty clean. Pretty clean. So I'll go and do this side now, I guess. DS, be safe. Have a good day. You too. JRNH. JNRH. Alright. Looks like the homies just pulled up with the quads and the snow blowers. That's my old trailer. Looks like. Nah, it's all short track. It's not mine. He bought my. This is the guy who bought my old trailer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's next. Who's texting me? Got the ATVs here, taking care of business. You can see them right there. Oh, spinning a little two-wheel drive. As you can see, there's the rig right there with the snow blowers. A little chilly. Here's how my work looks. Nice and tight. Nice and wet. Looking good, looking good, looking good. I have to do this little bit over here. Let's go check it out. We're gonna make a call. Fuck.
What's up?
Hey, it's this big one that's real long behind it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm on my way there right now.
All right, bye.
Okay.
See if we can scrape this. I mean, you can spend a ton.
you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Not too bad. Do you know if there's any behind this buildings or any spots I gotta hit to like clear
Snow
walkways?
blower. Bring a shovel. You could probably take a shovel, take a look.
I was just gonna check it.
I would say maybe not with the snow blower.
Oh.
You got the ATV back there, so you might even be able to get anything with that. We'll see.
Thank you.
7 minutes. Looks like. Looks like we got 5 people in here. Who's all in here? Let me know if you want to call in. And if you do want to call in, I will tell you the email. You can send your number and you can get on the live. My homie just showed up behind me. Oh. There he is in his rig. Pretty nice setup. Yeah, that's one of the things. The plow does back drag better than it goes forward. It's just the way it scrapes when it's wet. Yeah, gotta move. Skips. Let's go and throw some salt.
I'm gonna send you an address. You know where Great Baraboo is on Moravian, 15 Moravian?
No.
All right, I'm gonna send you a couple addresses. I got another truck going over there right now. It's emergency service.
All right, let me check. What do they need salt?
I got my guy going to grab 2 tons right now, so you should be good.
Okay.
All right, I'll send you the address.
All right.
Bye.
Got another one. All right, headed to another property. I'm a little tired. All right. Turn. All right, guys, to the 2 of you who stuck with me, I'm gonna pause the live stream or end the live stream. But anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. It's been so many hours, and maybe I'll pop back in later. But anyway, this is DS signing out.